Chapter 1661. Jianshan and Shangguanmu were not the only ones who paid attention to the sainthood experts from the world of Forsaken Saints buying up land on the Tian-Yuan continent. Many Origin Realm experts secretly paid attention as well. They enveloped the territories of the four races with the senses of their souls, closely monitoring the people from the world of Forsaken Saints to prevent them from doing anything out of line. Only Xiao Jin and Xiao Ling paid no attention to this at all. They played around all day without a care in the world. Even the white tiger, who had entered a frenzied state of cultivation, would extend the senses of his soul from time to time to observe everything in the outside world. At the same time, the Origin Realm experts from the world of Forsaken Saints secretly paid attention to the people who had been sent to buy up land. After all, every single one of them carried a huge amount of wealth with them. Not only did this wealth include the currency of the mortal world, but it also included large amounts of cultivation resources, cultivation methods, battle skills, and so on. These treasures were the accumulated wealth of the Sacred Spirit Hall over countless years. Even though they only possessed the tip of the iceberg, it was enough to drive the Holy Emperor mad. In order to ensure the safety of these people, and ensure that their treasures would not be stolen, the Origin Realm experts from the world of Forsaken Saints basically paid attention to them at all times. As long as the difference in strength between the Origin Realm experts of the two worlds was not too great, they could sense the senses of each other's souls. As a result, the Origin Realm experts from the Tian-Yuan continent and the world of Forsaken Saints would often come into contact with the senses of the Origin Realm experts from the world of Forsaken Saints. However, nothing unpleasant happened. The world of Forsaken Saints' large-scale purchase of land also caused quite a stir in the Tian-Yuan continent. They had brought large amounts of treasures and cultivation methods to trade for land, so the value of Saint-tier cultivation methods and Saint-tier battle skills plummeted instantly. Basically all the ancient clans that were willing to relocate and a few large organizations under the protection of the Holy Emperor possessed a Saint-tier battle skill or a cultivation method from the world of Forsaken Saints. After all, the reason why Saint-tier battle skills were so valuable was because there were just too few of them. Many ancient clans that had been passed down for several tens of thousands of years did not even possess a single one. Now that the world of Forsaken Saints had brought a large number of Saint-tier battle skills and cultivation methods into the various clans, Saint-tier battle skills had lost their value in a single moment. However, it had to be mentioned that the people from the world of Forsaken Saints had indeed managed to obtain a large amount of land by using their money and other currencies in the mortal world and their cultivation resources on cultivators. The world of Forsaken Saints had indeed lost a large amount of land, while the resources they had lost was nothing to a colossus that had existed for countless years. This was because not only did the world of Forsaken Saints have more Origin Realm experts than the Tian-Yuan continent, they even had more sainthood experts than the Tian-Yuan continent. As a result, there were basically countless Saint-tier cultivation methods and Saint-tier battle skills in the world of Forsaken Saints. In the blink of an eye, the world of Forsaken Saints had already gone on a shopping spree for 3 whole years. Not only did the world of Forsaken Saints obtain a relatively large amount of land from the four races, but the strength of the Tian-Yuan continent had also rapidly increased. This was because the world of Forsaken Saints had brought many heavenly resources that had never appeared on the Tian-Yuan continent before, as well as scrolls that contained the comprehension of the mysteries of the world. These scrolls could help people reach sainthood, allowing many Heaven Saint Masters to reach Saint Ruler. Aside from a small number of cultivators who could reach sainthood through their own efforts, the people who had reached sainthood through heavenly resources would not be able to advance any further in their lives. This was because the heavenly resources were not as perfect as the violet cloud peaches. Once they reached sainthood through these heavenly resources, their foundation would be completely destroyed, and they would remain at that level for the rest of their lives. However, even with that being the case, there were still many peak heaven saint masters who chose to destroy their foundation to reach sainthood. This was because their talent was limited. The sixth cycle of heaven saint master was the limit. If they did not use this method, they would only be reduced to a pile of bones after 1,000 years. During these 3 years, forsaken saints constantly passed through the tunnel and arrived in this world. There were hundreds of millions of them, and they were all weak forsaken saints. Most of them were below Earth Saint Master, with very few Earth Saint Masters and Heaven Saint Masters. They resided in the land that already belonged to the world of forsaken saint. They lived there, cultivated there, established families there, and attempted to become one with the people of this world. Their existence caused another great race to appear in this world that originally only had 4 races, the forsaken saint. The people of the world of forsaken saints had always referred to themselves as the forsaken saint. Many of them did not know the origins of this name, let alone the true meaning behind it. This was because the name had existed for far too long, so long that even the former Spirit King was unable to verify its origins. It was like a brand deeply engraved in the depths of their minds, making them remember that they were forsaken saints for the rest of their lives. The first friends that the forsaken saints made after moving to the Tian-Yuan continent were the merchant. In the eyes of the merchants, there were no eternal enemies, only eternal benefits. They saw a huge business opportunity with the arrival of the forsaken saints. So many of them brought local specialties and items that the forsaken saints lacked to sell in exchange for a huge profit. The merchants became the first friends that the forsaken saints made after arriving in this world. They were also the most welcomed group. Of course, the cultivators who ventured out to train would occasionally engage in small-scale conflicts and battles with the forsaken saints, but the upper echelon of the Tian-Yuan continent did not stop this because every single expert had grown up over mountains of corpses and seas of blood. To them, this was only a form of training. A small fishing boat silently moored several dozen kilometers away from Three Saint Island. It rose and fell with the waves on the surface of the sea. 2 young men of similar age sat on the boat. They wore linen clothes and their feet were bare as they fished. Beside them was a basket with a few large, fat fish swimming about. Water would splash onto the 2 young men from time to time, soaking through their clothes. However, the 2 young men did not care at all. They stared at the surface of the sea as they chatted with each other in high spirits. "Father, how do you think we should eat these fish tonight? Should we get Mother to make fish soup or roast fish?" "But I like the taste of roast fish better," said one of the young men. He smiled in satisfaction. "Your mother's fish soup is pretty good, your second mother's fried fish is pretty good, and your third mother's roast fish is even more fragrant. Why don't we try them all tonight? We've caught so many fish anyway," said the other young man. Another young man said. Behind this young man there were 2 divine swords, one purple and one green. The 2 people fishing on the boat were Jianshan and Shangguan Aojian. At this moment, the space beside Jianshan pulsed slightly. A burly man suddenly appeared beside Jianshan, as if he had teleported. The man's skin was golden, as if it was made of gold. He wore a battle suit and a cape, giving him a dignified bearing. He naturally radiated with the presence of a ruler. Most eye-catching of all was the golden insignia of a battle-axe between the man's eyebrows. "Tai Ta, you've come at the perfect time. Why don't you come with me to Three Saint Island to try some fresh fish? I think it's been several decades since you've had something like this. It's perfect for you to reminisce about the past," Jianshan said to the burly man who had suddenly appeared. Tai Ta looked at the father and son fishing with mixed feelings. There was also a heavy reluctance to part. After a moment of silence, he sat down beside Jianshan and stared at the surface of the ocean in a daze. He said, "Jianshan, I've actually come this time to bid farewell to you. I'm leaving." Jianshan immediately tightened his grip on the fishing rod. After a moment of silence he said, "Have you really thought it through? Once you leave, it won't be so easy for you to come back. Who knows how many years you'll have to wait. Senior Aladona is already prepared. She's urging me to come to the higher world. I've already thought it through. I'll be leaving soon because I don't want to stay here any longer. There's no point in staying here any longer, Tai Ta said rather gloomily. Jianchen glanced at Tai Ta deeply and sighed deeply. He knew what Tai Ta meant. Originally, Tai Ta had made a promise to a girl in the village that had raised him on the Tian-Yuan continent. However, the girl had already married another man from the same village many years ago and had become a grandmother now. This matter had always pained Tai Ta. Tai Ta had always buried this matter at the bottom of his heart, never telling anyone. However, with Jianchen's current strength, he could easily envelop the entire world with the senses of his soul. As long as he wanted to, he could learn anything that happened in the world. Tai Ta's village obviously could not hide anything from him. Jianchen patted Tai Ta's shoulder and said, "You have to remember to protect yourself after you go to the saint's world. Perhaps we'll meet there before long." Jianchen did not try to keep Tai Ta. He knew that Tai Ta's departure was only a matter of time. Tai Ta looked at Jianchen and said, "Jianchen, come to the saint's world with me. Senior Aladona told me that once I return to the God clan, I'll be the king in everyone's eyes. Everyone will respect me and listen to my orders. The God clan is a glorious clan in the saint's world. They're very powerful. Come with me to the saint's world and cultivate with the God clan. With my status in the God clan, I can guarantee that no one will make things difficult for you." Shangguan Aojian immediately became displeased with Tai Ta's words. He grumbled, "Uncle Tai Ta, I won't stop you if you want to go to the saint's world, but don't try to tempt my father, or I'll never forgive you." Chapter 1662. Humph! Shangguan Aojian snorted gently and turned his head away, ignoring Tai Ta. He knew that his parents would leave this world sooner or later, and that day would not be too far away. "Tai Ta, I still have a lot of ties here. I want to stay in this world for a while longer and spend more time with my parents before I leave. After all, who knows when I'll return next time? I don't even know if I'll be able to see them again by then," Jianchen said with a deep voice. His heart became rather heavy because he did not know whether he would be able to return after going to the saint's world. He was not afraid of death, but he still had ties. Even if he left, he could not leave in too much of a hurry. "All right, I'll wait for you in the saint's world. Once you come to the saint's world in the future, you can directly come to the God's World Plane to find the God clan. I don't know where the God's World Plane is either. Senior Aladona told me that. Senior Aladona said that our God clan is on the God's World Plane. As long as you're on the God's World Plane, you can find out where our God clan is by asking anyone on the God's World Plane," Tai Ta said sincerely. "All right, if I have the chance, I'll come to the God's World Plane to find you." Jianchen paused when he reached there. He became stern and said, "But Tai Ta, you have to promise me one more thing. You can't tell anyone about me in the God clan. The more powerful the person is, the more they can't talk about me. Do you understand?" "Why is that?" Tai Ta asked in confusion. Jianchen fell silent for a moment before saying, "Don't ask about me right now. Just don't tell anyone about me in the God clan, especially the 2 swords on my back. You can't tell the upper echelon of the God clan even if you're not from the God clan. As for why, you'll find out in the future." Tai Ta understood the severity of the situation when he saw how serious Jianchen was. He immediately nodded seriously and swore, "All right, I promise you that I won't say anything. I don't know the reason, but I trust you because you are my best brother." Jianchen sighed gently and pulled up the fishing rod. He pulled up a 2-foot-long fish. Jianchen removed the fish from the hook and casually tossed it into the basket. He said, "And Ming Dong." Ming Dong should have been teleported to the saint's world back then. With his strength back then, it would have been very difficult for him to survive in the saint's world. His life would have been in danger from the slightest carelessness. So many years have passed now, so I wonder how Ming Dong is doing. I'm worried about Ming Dong the most right now. Tai Ta, you have the God Clan as your foundation in the Saints' world. If it's possible, I hope you can find Ming Dong through the power of the God Clan once you go there. A sliver of worry appeared on Jianshan's face when Ming Dong was mentioned. However, he still held on to a sliver of hope that Ming Dong had not wandered outside. It would be best if he was protected by the Anata Grand Prime's organization. After all, Ming Dong had been teleported away by one of the Anata Grand Prime's treasures, the Fortune Jade Seat, in the Heavenly Palace of Bisheng. This matter definitely had something to do with the Anata Grand Prime, or perhaps it was one of the methods the Anata Grand Prime used to choose a successor for herself. If that was the case, Ming Dong's safety would be guaranteed. Otherwise, Ming Dong's fate would have been horrible if he had wandered outside with his strength back then. Don't worry. I've always worried about this matter. Ming Dong is also my friend. Once I return to the God Clan, I'll immediately get people to search for Ming Dong, Tai Ta guaranteed as he patted his chest. Tai Ta and Jianshan chatted for a very long time. They only left when it was already late because they both knew that this would be the last time they would see each other in this world. The next time they would meet would be after the Saints' world. Jianshan and Shangguan Aojian returned to Three Saint Island after Tai Ta's departure. When they left, Jianshan's heart was rather heavy. First, Ming Dong had been teleported away, and then his sister Changyang Mingwei had left without saying goodbye. Now, Tai Ta was about to leave as well. He had lost another close friend. Moreover, what made Jianshan feel the most troubled was the issue of his identity with Tai Ta. He was the successor of the Immortals' world, a disciple of the Sword sect of Violet Heavens. This was something that could not be doubted. From the moment he began to cultivate the Azulite Sword scripture, from the moment he began to cultivate the chaotic body, from the moment the Sword spirits accepted him as their master, his identity had changed. However, Tai Ta was a member of the God Clan of the Saints' world. The Saints' world and the Immortals' world were on opposing sides. He really did not know if he would still be able to maintain his relationship with Tai Ta after his identity was exposed one day. Moreover, aside from Tai Ta, there was also his sister, Changyang Mingwei, who had cared for him since he was young. Jianshan felt like there was a huge rock in his heart when these thoughts crossed his mind. He felt extremely suffocated. Perhaps he was already slightly afraid of facing all of this in the future. Within the War God Temple on the Wasteland continent, Tai Ta, who wore a golden cloak, sat on the throne. His expression was calm, but his eyes were bright and full of expression, emitting a chilling light. He looked mighty without being angry. Today, he was no longer the naive dark-skinned boy from before. Over the past few decades, Iron Tower had truly grown up. Whether it was his temperament or his temperament, they had all undergone a true transformation. Jianshan told me not to tell the upper echelon of the God Clan about him, especially the two swords on his back. I can't even tell anyone who isn't from the God Clan. Why did he do that? What's the secret behind all this? Tai Ta thought about what Jianshan had said. He became even more curious. Jianshan told me not to divulge any of this because the information would pose a threat to him if it was leaked. Jianshan is my best friend. I won't allow anyone to harm him, not even the upper echelon of the God Clan, Tai Ta muttered to himself. Tai Ta muttered softly. As he reached the end of his sentence, two frightening rays of light shot out from his bright and spirited eyes. However, if I want to protect Jianshan, I need to know what Jianshan fears and deal with it accordingly. However, from what Jianshan said, the key to everything seems to be the two swords. After a moment of thought, Tai Ta stood up. With a step, he suddenly vanished from the divine hall. Within the forbidden grounds of the elves, the towering elven god tree stood there silently, emitting a majestic aura of life. The entire forbidden grounds was silent, and no one could be seen. This was because only the elven queen could freely enter this place. Even the elven elders could not easily set foot in this place. At this moment, there was a flash of golden light in the forbidden grounds. A figure silently appeared before the elven god tree. He was around 3 meters tall and was extremely burly. His skin was completely golden, and he wore a golden cape. He naturally radiated with an aura of supremacy, just like a war god. Alidona greets the war god. An illusory woman appeared in front of the ancient elven divine tree and bowed respectfully to Iron Tower, who had suddenly appeared. Alidona, I have something to ask you. Do you recognize the 2 swords on my brother Gentian's back? Taita asked. Alidona hesitated for a moment before shaking her head. War god, I don't recognize the 2 swords. However, one of them is violet and the other is azure. Moreover, the sword chi is special. They are similar to a legendary treasure. What treasure? Taita's eyes narrowed as he continued to ask. He had already realized that he might be able to learn what Gentian feared from Alidona. Alidona reminisced. They're the treasures of the Immortals world, the twin swords. They're also known as the twin swords of Yin and Yang. They're one of the 10 great god artifacts of the Immortals world, and they're the treasures of the Violet Shao Sword sect, the leader of the 9 great sections. It's said that the founding ancestor of the sect, the Violet Shao Immortal Exalt, personally forged the swords. The Violet Shao Immortal Exalt is a peak expert of the Immortals world, one of the 5 Grand Exalt. Alidona's expression suddenly became rather mixed. She hesitated. It's just that the Immortals world is our enemy. If Gentian's swords are the twin swords. If they are, then what? Taita asked with a heavy voice. Chapter 1663. Taita fell silent. He did not ask about the Immortals world. Right now, all he thought about was Gentian. When he met Gentian earlier, every single word Gentian had said and his stern expression clearly appeared in his head. If Taita were the same honest, dark-skinned kid from several decades ago, he might not have thought too much about it. However, as he became the war god of the 100 races and reached the origin realm, he had truly matured. Now that he had learnt about this from Alidona and thought about what Gentian had said to him before, he was basically certain that Gentian was connected to the Immortals world. Although he did not know whether the 2 swords on his back were the Azulite swords, one of the 10 great god artifacts of the Immortals world, there was still some connection between the 2. A while later, Taita suddenly glared at Alidona. He said sternly, Alidona, Gentian is my best brother. Whether he's connected to the Immortals world or not, you are not allowed to reveal anything about Gentian, especially about Gentian's 2 swords. Even if the upper echelon of the God clan asks you, you are not allowed to tell them. Do you understand? Although Adriana was the greatest God King of the God clan, Taita directly ordered Adriana as if he was ordering her. He seemed rather dignified and gave off an unquestionable sense of dominance. Yes, master. Alidona replied politely. Not only did she not mind Taita's tone at all, but she even acted like this was how it should be. As a member of the God clan, Adriana deeply understood just how exalted the status of the war god was in the God clan. Even though the war god was still very weak right now and had not truly matured, even the Hall Elders and the Great Elders who possessed tremendous authority in the God clan did not dare to go against the war god's will. Because the war god was the soul of the entire god race, the faith of the entire god race, the spiritual pillar of the entire god race. As long as the war god existed, the god race would be a true god race. I want you to swear. Taita still felt that it was inappropriate because this was related to the life of his best friend, Gentian, so he could not be careless at all. I, Alidona, swear. A month later, in the forbidden land of the elves of the 100 races, there was news of the elven god tree that had been here for millions of years. And on War God Mountain, there was already a dense crowd of people kneeling. From the summit to the foot of the mountain, from afar, it seemed as if the entire War God Mountain was covered in an armor formed by countless martial artists of the 100 races. That was not all. With War God Mountain as the center, there were also countless martial artists of the 100 races kneeling on the ground. They covered the entire land, numbering in the hundreds of millions. It was such a grand sight that it deeply shook everyone's heart. This was because today, the war god would leave this world and head to a brand new world. As long as they could make it, they all gathered here to send the war god off. Apart from them, there were even more members of the 100 races on the wasteland continent who were unable to make it here because they were too weak. Otherwise, there would be even more people gathered here. As everyone knelt, the golden divine hall at the top of War God Mountain suddenly shone with dazzling golden light. The light was so powerful that it completely eclipsed the sun in the sky, replacing it and becoming the only light in the world. It illuminated the wasteland continent for the last time. The War God Hall slowly flew up from War God Mountain. It flew higher and higher, faster and faster. In the end, it turned into a golden streak of light and shot into outer space with unparalleled speed. At the same time, a huge swirl gradually formed in outer space, slowly turning into a gate that led to the Saints' world. The War God Hall rapidly approached the gate as a streak of golden light. At that moment, the War God Hall became the center of attention. Whether it was the Tian Yuan continent, the Sea Realm, the magical beasts, or even the Forsaken Saints, countless powerful cultivators raised their heads and watched the War God Hall leave. They had not come to send Tai Ta off. They had only come to watch the process of the War God Hall entering the tunnel. Many people became envious because they knew that the Saints' world was an even higher space. If the Holy Emperor had entered the Saints' world, reaching the Origin Realm would be countless times easier than on the Tian Yuan continent. As a result, many cultivators from the Holy Emperor desired the Saints' world, but unfortunately, it was impossible for them to pass through the tunnel without reaching the Origin Realm. Jianshan was gloomy on Three Saint Island. He sat on a rock and drank alone. He watched the War God Hall draw closer and closer to the tunnel. He raised his cup for Tai Ta, sending him off and wishing Tai Ta a smooth trip to the Saints' world. War God, the Saints' world has a total of 49 Great Plains. The destination of the tunnel is not fixed, so leave the rest to me. I'll control the direction of the tunnel so that we don't end up on some distant plain. Aladona's voice rang out from the War God Hall. Finally, the War God Hall arrived before the tunnel under everyone's gazes. However, at this moment, an indescribably tremendous pressure erupted from the War God Hall. The pressure seemed to become the ruler of the universe, causing the entire universe to shake. The laws of the world had almost been shattered. At that moment, the War God Temple was enveloped by a green radiance filled with boundless vitality. The instant the green radiance appeared, it caused the world to tremble. It caused the sun and moon to lose their radiance. Even the endless stars became dim. The green light seemed to possess the power to destroy the world. As soon as it appeared, the surrounding space was reduced to eternal darkness. This was because the power was just too great. It was so great that it could destroy a colossal planet in a single moment. It had completely exceeded the limits of what the universe of this world could endure. In particular, when a meteor that was 100 kilometers wide approached the green light, it was silently reduced to dust. The expressions of the countless cultivators who witnessed this on the Tian Yuan continent all changed at the same time. All of them became extremely pale because they could feel the depths of their souls tremble before the pressure. Chapter 1664. There were a few Origin Realm experts from the world of Forsaken Saints who remained in this world as well. Fear filled their faces. The pressure was so powerful that they felt like it had completely surpassed the Spirit King. God King. On Three Saint Island, Jianshan stared at the green light as he murmured. He had seen Divine King experts more than once. Whether it was Protector Shui or Aladona, they were all at the same level of cultivation. However, today was the first time he had truly witnessed the Divine King's might. He was an existence that could destroy the stars with a flick of his finger. A sea of violet lightning gradually formed in the depths of outer space. Thick bolts of violet lightning leapt about as they rapidly approached Auladona with an indescribable presence of ways. Auladonna's strength as a divine king had been exposed. She was no longer tolerated by the world, so a trial had been sent down. The trial was extremely powerful. Let alone the fact that Auladonna was still weak right now and was unable to unleash her full strength, even if she was at her peak, she would definitely die if she faced the trial unless she used the treasures the experts of the God Clan had bestowed upon her. However, before the sea of violet lightning could approach Auladonna, Auladonna's tremendous life force had already enveloped the War God Hall and entered the tunnel to the Saint's world. She vanished from this world along with her presence. The sea of violet lightning could no longer sense Auladonna's presence, so it gradually dispersed in the end. Very soon, the outer space returned to its peaceful state. Jianshan sat on 3 Saint Islands silently as he drank to drown his sorrows. He stared at outer space in a daze. He knew that Tai Ta had left. He had left this world. He had no idea when they would meet again. Perhaps they would never meet again. On the wasteland continent, countless people who were kneeling on the War God Mountain stood up one after another. Their faces were filled with reluctance. At the peak of the War God Mountain, the symbol of the War God Temple had already disappeared, replaced by a golden statue. The statue was over 300 meters tall and was extremely lifelike, as if it was a real person. There was a mysterious energy circulating around its body. It stood there quietly with an indomitable spirit, emitting a layer of golden light that illuminated the earth. This was the divine statue that Tai Ta had left behind. It contained his power, and while it was the symbol of the 100 races, it was also a powerful defensive measure used to protect the 100 races. The commotion caused by Tai Ta's departure settled down very soon. His departure left behind a sense of loss in the hearts of all his friends. Even more people who had nothing to do with Tai Ta did not care at all. At most, they would sigh emotionally when they thought about how Tai Ta had led the experts of the 100 races against the world of Forsaken Saints and the crisis of the world. As for the Forsaken Saints who were already living in this world, without exception, almost all of them felt excited and relieved at Tai Ta's departure. This was because Tai Ta's departure meant that this world had lost an Origin Realm expert. The world of Forsaken Saints had completely gained a foothold in this world now. Whether it was the Tian Yuan continent, the magical beasts, the 100 races, or the sea race, they had occupied a sizable territory. The world of Forsaken Saints did not continue to expand in this world because the upper echelon of the world of Forsaken Saints also understood that although Jianshan had stated that they could purchase land in this world as they wished, the sovereigns of this world would definitely oppose them if they acted recklessly. Currently, the Forsaken Saints were attempting to completely integrate with the people of this world. The upper echelon of the world of Forsaken Saints was unwilling to fall out with the Origin Realm experts of this world at such a crucial time. That would be detrimental to the future development of the Forsaken Saints. Other than that, the Forsaken Saints did not have any great ambitions in this world. They only hoped to find a paradise for their weaker clansmen. Most of the sainthood experts from the world of Forsaken Saints continued to live in their original world. When the Forsaken Saints settled down in this world, the world of Forsaken Saints began to open up to the people of the 4 races. The dense energy of the world and origin energy in the world of Forsaken Saints attracted many sainthood experts from the 4 races. Moreover, since the origin energy in the world of Forsaken Saints had never dried up or been severed, everything in the world of Forsaken Saints was nurtured by origin energy. The various heavenly resources and treasures that were born there were obviously incomparable to those on the Tian Yuan continent. Just this alone made the world of Forsaken Saints a holy land in the hearts of many sainthood experts. Many sainthood experts went there in search of fortuitous encounters, hoping that their strength could increase even further there. Although the laws of this world were gradually being perfected and origin energy had reappeared, it was still unable to catch up to the world of Forsaken Saints in a short amount of time. As a result, the world of Forsaken Saints became a place where many sainthood experts needed to go and train. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed since Taita's departure. During those 3 years, Jianshan remained on Three Saint Island. He rarely ventured out, nor did he pay attention to the development of the outside world. He did not interfere with the matters of the Tianyuan continent. He lived like a hermit. His parents, Changyang Ba and Bai Yuntian, had been brought to Three Saint Island by Jianshan long ago. They lived on Three Saint Mountain. Even Yu Yu and Huang Luan cultivated on Three Saint Mountain. Jianshan did not enter seclusion or cultivate in the past few years. He lived a very relaxed and peaceful life, treating himself as an ordinary person. He would go fishing with Changyang Ba and Shangguan Aojian from time to time. He seemed to be extremely satisfied. In the past few years, Shangguan Aojian had also given up on cultivation. He spent all his time by his father's side. However, only he knew that he did not feel happy at all, even though he often seemed to be filled with laughter. Instead, he felt extremely gloomy. He understood his father. He understood that his father's change was a sign that he was about to leave this world. Jianshan, Shangguan Aojian, Shangguan Mu'er, Changyang Ba, Bai Yuntian, Yu Yu, Huang Luan, and so on sat around a fire on Three Saint Island. They ate roasted fish in high spirits as they drank and chatted happily. Although Huang Luan and Yu Yu were officially married to Jianshan, they did not resent Shangguan Mu'er's existence at all. Instead, they accepted her as their elder sister willingly. This was because polygamy was very common on the Tianyuan continent, let alone a sovereign as outstanding as Jianshan. At this moment, Jianshan's expression changed as he ate. He slowly put down the fish in his hand. He said to everyone, "I have some matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving for a while. I'll be back very soon." With that, Jianshan vanished. At the same time, there was a flash of violet light in the distance, disappearing into the horizon. The Cross Mountains were the largest mountain range on the Tianyuan continent. At the same time, it was a forbidden zone for many human cultivators. Even saint rulers did not dare to set foot in it easily because it was controlled by a magical beast clan that possessed quite an impressive level of strength. They were the Gilligan clan. Even though a new structure had appeared in this world, the Gilligan clan was not affected because they had always remained there. They basically never set foot in human territory. Coupled with the deterrence of the winged tiger, even the Holy Emperor did not dare to provoke the clan, allowing the Gilligan clan to survive. At this moment, in the depths of the Cross Mountains, a middle-aged man with an ordinary appearance but an extraordinary bearing sat on a stone bench on a mountain peak that reached into the clouds. He was dressed in ordinary clothes, and his ink-black hair was casually draped over his shoulders. It danced wildly in the wild winds. In front of the middle-aged man, there was a small stone table. 2 exquisitely crafted jade cups were placed on the table. In the middle of the stone table, there was a wine pot that emitted an intoxicating fragrance. At this moment, there was a flash of violet light. A young man who only seemed to be in his 20s had silently appeared at the top of the mountain. The young man was very handsome. His face was resolute, and his eyebrows were like swords. They were filled with a sense of sharpness. His eyes shone brightly as if 2 great swords had been nurtured within them. The young man was Jianshan. "Shenjian, why have you called me here?" Jianshan looked at the middle-aged man and asked calmly. To no surprise, the middle-aged man was the ruler of the world of Forsaken Saints, the Spirit King. Shenjian made an inviting gesture towards Jianshan and said, "I've called you here because I have something important to discuss with you." Jianshan sat down before Shenjian. Shenjian personally poured a cup of alcohol for Jianshan and said, "The matters of the world of Forsaken Saints have basically been dealt with. With my strength, it'll be difficult for me to make any further progress if I remain here, so I plan on going to the higher world. Shin Jian looked at Jianchen and continued, What about you? When do you plan on leaving? Jianchen was in no hurry to reply. He gently sipped the alcohol in his cup. Although the alcohol was a rare type of alcohol, it did not taste good at all in Jianchen's mouth. Instead, it was filled with bitterness. I'm not like you. You're all alone and basically have nothing to worry about aside from your clansmen from the world of Forsaken Saints. You can leave whenever you want and there's nothing you can't let go of. On the other hand, I have far too many things to worry about in this world. Not only do I have my parents, but I also have a wife and children as well as many close friends who have gone through thick and thin with me. The Saints' world is dangerous. With our strength, no one in this world is capable of surviving, but once we go to the Saints' world, we'll be nothing. Once we go, we might not be able to see our family again, Jianchen said bitterly. Do you plan on staying here forever? Shin Jian asked. Jianchen shook his head. I will go to the Saints' world, but I won't go in such a hurry. At the very least, I want to spend some more time with my parents and wife. Actually, you can take your parents and your family with you to the Saints' world. Although they're not at the origin realm, as long as you have a spatial container that can support people, you can store them in it and use the tunnel to reach the Saints' world, Shin Jian said. With my current strength, it'll be very difficult for me to establish a foothold in the Saints' world. My life will be in danger if I'm careless. Am I supposed to take my parents and live a life of fleeing in the Saints' world? If that's the case, it's better for them to enjoy themselves in this world. Jianchen smiled self-deprecatingly. He had never thought about taking his parents with him to the Saints' world. At the very least, he wanted to establish a foothold in the Saints' world and be able to protect his parent. When do you plan on going to the Saints' world? Jianchen continued. He looked at Shin Jian with mixed feelings. After all, he and Shin Jian had once been from the same world. Now that they were in a foreign land, Jianchen still felt sympathy for Shin Jian even though they had been opponents for a while. I can leave at any time, but just like you said, the Saints' world is dangerous. With my current strength, it'll be difficult for me to protect myself, so I plan on going with you. If we work together, I don't think we'll be able to establish a foothold in the Saints' world before long. The Spirit King looked at Jianchen and said seriously. Jianchen agreed happily after a short moment of consideration. He said, All right, we can go to the Saints' world together, but you'll need to wait for me for a while. Chapter 1665. After agreeing to go to the Saints' world with the Spirit King, Jianchen immediately felt that he did not have much time left in this world. The deadline for going to the Saints' world had been brought forward by a lot. As a result, Jianchen treasured every single day he spent in this world even more. He spent even more time with his parents and wife. Aside from that, some of his old friends, such as Qin Shao, Tianmu Ling, Qin Ji, Dugu Feng, and so on, would visit him frequently. After several decades, the identities of his old friends had changed drastically. When they gathered together, they would talk about everything that had happened in the past. They would all sigh as they reminisced about the past. 5 years later, something that made Jianchen feel heavy pain happened. Uncle Kendall's wife, Shin Fang, passed away. During her funeral, Jianchen appeared with his wife, Changyang Ba, and Bai Yuntian to send Shin Fang off. Shin Fang's funeral, which was originally a very ordinary funeral, became extremely heavy with the appearance of Jianchen and the others. It attracted the attention of many people in this world, causing quite a stir. Many cultivators sighed emotionally. Shin Fang was just a mortal, yet Sovereign Jianchen had personally sent her off. Just how glorious was that? There were even many people who expressed that if they could receive the same treatment after death, they would end their lives immediately. They would not hesitate to die right now. Many people envied Shin Fang's death, but there were also many people who felt pity. They envied her friendship with Sovereign Jianchen, and they felt pity that she could only enjoy such a short life despite having such a good life. Ken Xiaosan wore mourning clothes and buried his mother with his own hand. From beginning to end, he was very calm. He didn't shed any tears and didn't seem to be in pain. However, his silence revealed the sadness hidden in his heart. 7 days later, Xin Fang's funeral came to an end. Jianchen comforted Ken Xiaosan before preparing to leave. "Captain, I want to leave the Flame Mercenaries. Please approve." Ken Xiaosan knelt down and begged Jianchen. Jianchen paused and turned around to look at Ken 3 with a complicated gaze. He sighed softly. 3. Your father personally founded the Flame Mercenaries. Your father's memories are here, so how can you withdraw? Moreover, I also intend to let you become the 3rd captain of the Flame Mercenaries. However, due to your current strength and prestige in the Flame Mercenaries, passing the position to you too early would unavoidably cause dissatisfaction among many people, which is why I haven't acted yet. I plan on passing the position to you at a suitable time after you display your prestige. From then on, you will be the captain of the Flame Mercenaries. Ken Xiaosan shook his head and said, "Captain, I don't want to become the captain of the Flame Mercenaries. Although my father founded the Flame Mercenaries were single-handedly developed by you, Captain. It has nothing to do with my father. How can I become the captain? I hope you can take back your decision." Jianchen suddenly became stern when he heard Ken Xiaosan's words. He called out, "Ken Xiaosan, do you know what kind of organization the Flame Mercenaries are on the Tianyuan continent now? Who knows how many people in the world covet the position of captain, yet you don't care about it at all. If your father learns about this, he won't be able to rest in peace." Ken knelt on the ground and pressed his forehead against the ground. He said in a sorrowful voice, "Captain, I'm sorry. I've disappointed you. I've failed to live up to your expectations. I've failed to live up to your nurturing over the years. I only hate that I'm an unambitious person with no ambition. My mother's death has made me let go of many things in this world. I don't want to go sightseeing on the Tianyuan continent right now. I just want to properly manage this because this is the only thing my mother left me. My mother's memories are here, so please allow me to withdraw from the Flame Mercenaries, Captain." "You?" Jianchen looked at Ken 3. He was both furious and resentful. His expression was one of disappointment, as well as deep helplessness. He could already tell that Ken Xiaosan had made up his mind. Continuing to persuade him would not have much of an effect. Instead, it would seem like he was forcing him. After a long while, Jianchen sighed at the sky. He said, Whatever. Since you've already made up your mind, I'll respect your decision." With that, Jianchen became slightly disappointed. He swung his sleeve and left. He had decided long ago that Ken Xiaosan would become the 3rd captain of the Flame Mercenaries, but Ken Xiaosan's choice had disappointed him. "Thank you for your permission, Captain," Ken Xiaosan politely said. "Xiaosan, you have to remember that the Flame Mercenaries only exists because of your father. If you've thought it through and want to return to the Flame Mercenaries, the doors will always be open for you." Jianchen's forceful voice rang out in Ken Xiaosan's head. Ken Xiaosan stood up and watched Jianchen leave with tears in his eyes. He thought, "Benefactor, you've already helped us far too much in the past few years. I, Ken Xiaosan, will never be able to repay your kindness, so how can I compete with Bai Lian for the position of captain? After all, Bai Lian is Benefactor's sister. I, Ken Xiaosan, will never do that. I will never." Several years later, Jianchen finally made up his mind. He began to make the final preparations for his trip to the Saints' World. After bidding farewell to everyone, he left 3 Saint Island alone and entered the tunnel to the Saints' World. Now, the tunnel to the Saints' World was no longer as quiet as before. Instead, it had become extraordinarily busy. People of various races would pass through the tunnel from time to time. Near the tunnel, there was an island that the Holy Emperor had moved over from the vast ocean. It was filled with shops, and the various large auction houses competed with each other to sell some of the treasures from the saint's world. It had already developed into quite a large market. Jianchen did not stay for long. He directly entered the tunnel as a blur, heading to the saint's world. Although the tunnel had already stabilized, Jianchen still caused an intense reaction when he entered with his current strength. The entire tunnel immediately shook violently as violent streams of energy gradually appeared, wreaking havoc in the tunnel. Even experts like the Holy Emperor needed to deal with these streams of energy carefully. At this moment, there were still many people passing through the space tunnel. The vibration of the space tunnel, as well as the rapid energy turbulence inside, immediately frightened these people, causing them to lose all color in their faces. They all cried out in alarm and ran madly towards the exit as fast as they could. Jianchen concealed his presence as he advanced through the tunnel carefully. He knew that he was just too powerful, basically exceeding the limits of what the tunnel could endure. If he did not conceal his presence, it was extremely likely for the tunnel to collapse. At the same time, he flicked his finger and shot out strands of sword chi, dispersing the streams of energy in the distance. He protected the fleeing cultivators from being injured by the streams of energy. The sword chi was only at the peak of the Holy Emperor's strength at most, so there was no need to worry about him destroying the tunnel. When Jianchen emerged from the tunnel, a rather familiar blood-red world appeared before him. The blood-red sky, the blood-red sun, and the moon seemed to have been washed away by blood, causing the world to seem rather evil. This was the second time Jianchen had come to the world of Forsaken Saint. The first time, he had come with Shangguan Mu. He had come as an enemy to the world of Forsaken Saints, leading to the battle between him and the Spirit King, Shen Jian. This was the second time. The second time he had come, the world of Forsaken Saints had already become friends with the Tian Yuan continent's world. Even if the people of the two worlds would occasionally clash, it would mostly be because of personal interest. It would not affect the overall situation. Quite a few people had gathered at the top of the world mountains. They all stayed far away from the tunnel as they discussed what had happened in the tunnel with lingering fear. Many of them seemed like they had just survived a disaster. None of them discovered that a young man had stepped out of the extremely unstable tunnel with composure soon after they had emerged. He was currently hidden among the crowd. The young man had concealed his presence, so no one could sense his existence. Even if they glanced past him from time to time, it would be extremely easy for them to overlook him if they did not pay attention. A teleportation formation had been set up 2 kilometers away from the tunnel at the top of the world mountains. This was because the world mountains were just too dangerous. Even receival experts needed to be careful when climbing the mountain. The slightest carelessness could lead to death, let alone these people who were only at sainthood. There were even a few people who had not reached sainthood yet. As a result, the teleportation formation had been specially set up to send people up and down the mountain. Not only had the teleportation formation been used by the sainthood experts, but the Origin Realm elders and protectors from the world of Forsaken Saints had also used the teleportation formation to reach the top of the world mountains. They basically no longer used their own cultivation to climb the world mountains. Jianchen stood among the crowd. When he saw the teleportation formation, a gleam of light immediately flashed through his eyes. However, he did not show too much interest in the teleportation formation. With a single movement, he seemed to have become an arrow, charging toward the top of the world mountains with lightning-like speed. He entered the extremely dangerous region where even Origin Realm experts could die. He flew through the air fearlessly. Before long, Jianchen stopped on a sword-shaped mountain 1,000 kilometers away. Atmospheric winds whistled around him, forming invisible blades of wind that mercilessly swept past Jianchen. The atmospheric winds were so powerful that Jianchen had never seen them before. Even the Holy Emperor would struggle to resist them. He would be blown to pieces before long. Thunder rumbled in the sky above him. Thick bolts of lightning would produce deafening booms from time to time, ripping through the blood-red sky and striking down furiously. The lightning was so powerful that even receival experts would be injured if they were not careful. If they were caught in a thunderstorm, they would be in danger of dying. The laws here are the most powerful. I'll refine my profound sword chi here. Jianchen completely ignored the winds and sea of lightning. He sat down just like that and entered a state of cultivation. Chapter 1666. The profound sword chi had been passed to Jianchen by the sword spirit. It was one of the most powerful sword techniques Jianchen currently possessed. At the same time, it was also Jianchen's ultimate trump card. This was because the profound sword chi was a peak sword technique that the old master of the sword spirits had spent a very long time to create. It had reached the peak of God tier, and it had also shaken up the Immortals world. It was known as one of the most powerful God techniques in the Immortals world. Logically speaking, the stronger the innate technique, the higher the requirement for the cultivator to comprehend it. This was especially true for top-tier innate technique. Generally speaking, those below the immortal monarch realm wouldn't be able to comprehend it. However, this wasn't the case for all peak-level divine innate technique. There were also some unique divine innate techniques that didn't have such a high requirement for the cultivator. Even if one's cultivation wasn't at the immortal monarch realm or even lower, one could still comprehend them. The profound sword chi was one of those sword techniques. Jianchen sat on the top of the mountain and ignored the whistling winds. He allowed the bolts of lightning to explode in the air and strike him. He did not take any defensive measures, directly entering seclusion. Even Origin Realm experts could die from the slightest carelessness in the harsh environment. No one dared to come here casually, so the natural environment became Jianchen's best defense. Moreover, with his ninth-layer chaotic body, there was no one in the entire Saints world who could injure him aside from the Spirit King. There are a total of 9 strands of profound sword chi. Only by condensing all 9 strands can I unleash the full power of this peak God tier ability. However, with the power of this peak God tier sword technique, even if I can only condense a single strand, it'll still be extremely powerful. It'll be far more powerful than any sword technique I know right now. This will be my greatest trump card in the Saints world. Condensing profound sword chi is related to my comprehension of the way of the sword. If I want to condense all 9 strands of profound sword chi, I can only reach the major achievement of Sword God. My current comprehension of the way of the sword has already reached the major achievement of Sword Origin, which just happens to meet the requirement to condense the first strand of profound sword chi. If I reach the great perfection of Sword Origin, I'll be able to condense the second strand. After that, I'll be able to condense an additional strand of profound sword chi when I reach the great perfection of Sword Spirit, Sword Immortal, and Sword Profound. Jianchen thought. He thought about the cultivation method the sword spirits had taught him and entered a state of selflessness very soon. Profound sword chi was a sword chi condensed through one's comprehension of the way of the sword by fusing the power of laws, the power of one's soul, cultivation, and vitality. Since the sword chi was mainly based on the power of laws, there were also several other types of energy that had been fused into it as well. As a result, the profound sword chi was even more powerful than the power of laws one had grasped. Although it seemed simple on the surface, it contained the mysteries of the universe. It possessed endless mysteries and was a creation of the world. Only a supreme expert like the old master of the azulate swords could create something like this. Jianchen sat on the sword-shaped mountain as tremendous vitality pulsed through his body. He had already mobilized all the vitality within him so that it was in its most active state. He was preparing to condense the profound sword chi. At the same time, he had already entered the realm of the way of the sword. His entire mind was submerged in the major achievement of Sword Origin. He began to grasp the power of laws, fusing it with a portion of his soul, vitality, and a strand of his cultivation. This was the first step to condensing the profound sword chi. It was known as the ultimate fusion. The heavens referred to the power of laws of the way of the sword. This power originated from the world, from the universe. It was one of the 3,000 ways, which was why it was known as the heavens. Origin was not the same as in the three realms of receival. It referred to the power of a cultivator's cultivation, vitality, and soul. When these three types of energy were combined, it was known as origin. This origin was the origin in the cultivation method of profound sword chi in the immortals' world. It was not the origin in the saints' world. When Jianshin went through the first step of refining the profound sword chi, his body began to show signs of drying up. This was caused by the loss of his vitality. During the process of the ultimate fusion, the power of his soul, cultivation, and vitality constantly flowed away, worn down by the power of laws of the way of the sword. This was because the power of laws was just too powerful. Even though Jianshin's comprehension of the way of the sword had only reached the major achievement of sword origin, the power of laws at this level was still much more powerful than the power of his soul, cultivation, and vitality. As Jianshin sat there, his body became more and more shriveled. He became haggard as well. This was caused by the constant consumption of his vitality, the power of his soul, and the power of laws during the process of fusing with the power of laws. His chaotic force was also being consumed at the same time. The chaotic force was also his cultivation, so his chaotic Niden had clearly shrunk. Although I can use the power of the way of the sword, I can only stack it with chaotic force every time I use it. I can't truly fuse them together. Fusing these four types of energy will be extremely difficult, and the first step is often the most difficult. If I want to succeed, I need an opportunity to find a balance between the two types of energy and fuse them together in a single stroke so that the ultimate fusion can be completed, Jianshin thought. He already knew how difficult it was to refine the profound sword chi. If he completed the first step before his vitality, power of cultivation, and power of his soul ran out, he would end up in failure. Fortunately, the consumed energy could be recovered. Therefore, even if he failed, there was no danger to his life. After recovering, he could continue. Jianshin still failed to complete the first step even after 20 years. Now, Jianshin was as thin as a piece of wood. His face was sallow, and he seemed to have aged. His long hair in particular had withered, as if it had lost all its vitality. I can't last much longer. It's just too difficult to fuse the power of cultivation, the power of the soul, the essence of life, and the power of laws from the way of the sword. It looks like my first attempt to refine the profound sword chi will end in failure, Jianshin thought. However, he did not give up. The profound sword chi was a peak god tier sword technique, so it was obviously not easy to cultivate. However, just when Jianshin was about to give up, a gleam of light suddenly flashed through his eyes. He could clearly sense that although the power of laws from the way of the sword continued to wear down the three types of energy when it came in contact with them, a tiny sliver of energy had entered the power of laws from the way of the sword. Opportunity, opportunity. This is the opportunity. Jianshin was energized. Without any hesitation, he immediately channeled his remaining vitality, power of cultivation, and power of the soul into the power of laws from the way of the sword, completing the most crucial step in a single stroke. Finally, just when Jianshin's vitality and power of the soul were about to run out, he smiled victoriously. A finger-sized strand of white sword chi hovered 3 inches above his forehead. The sword chi was small, but Jianshin could clearly sense just how great the power hidden within it was. It was a supreme power that made him shiver in fear. I never thought that the power of laws would become so powerful after fusing with other powers. Jianshin stared at the tiny strand of sword chi with interest. The sword chi was formed from the power of laws from the way of the sword, the power of his soul, the power of his cultivation, and the essence of life. As a result, the level of the sword chi had even exceeded the power of laws before the fusion. In terms of level, this was an energy that was even more powerful than the power of the rules, even though it was currently so weak. Chapter 1667. First of all, I apologize for my slow update speed. But now, Xiao Yao is adjusting his state of mind, regaining his former glory, and trying to return to his initial state of update speed. Aside from that, there is one more thing that Xiao Yao wants to tell everyone. Once upon a time, someone called this book a divine book. Although I know that Chaos Sword God is very far away from being a real divine book, I can see that some readers have acknowledged this book from this point alone. A fictional novel can't be without flaws, but Xiao Yao wants to minimize these flaws. He wants to make it perfect and exciting. That's why Xiao Yao wants to collect everyone's opinions. Other than the problems with the update, you can say anything you want. Be it good or bad, Xiao Yao will read it seriously and do his best to write this book. Chapter 1668. The second step of condensing the profound sword chi is to fuse the profound sword chi with the soul, hiding it in the soul and refining it in the sea of consciousness. The power of the profound sword chi will rapidly increase as my comprehension of the laws of the sword increases. Jianshan stared at the strand of profound sword chi that hovered before him. Even though he was very weak right now, where both the power of his soul and the essence of his life had dropped to a prehistoric level, making him seem like a bag of bones, his face was filled with excitement. Now that he had successfully condensed the profound sword chi, he finally possessed a life-saving trump card when he went to the saint's world in the future. Even if he came across people who were more powerful than him, he would not need to fear them. Of course, that was under the premise that the difference between the two of them was not too great. Jianshan slowly closed his eyes and began the second step of condensing the profound sword chi. It was also the final step. Only by completing this step would he truly succeed in condensing the profound sword chi. Jianshan no longer consumed the power of his soul, cultivation, or essence of life when he reached this step. Although he could not recover the power of his cultivation for now, his essence of life was slowly recovering under the supreme recovery of the chaotic body. Even the power of his soul was the same. However, compared to his essence of life, the power of his soul recovered extremely slowly. Although the second step of condensing the profound sword chi was relatively simple and not as difficult as the first step, it still required a lot of time. Time flew by. Jianshan completely lost track of the flow of time as he was immersed in cultivation. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed since he had condensed the second step of the profound sword chi. The 5 years were just enough for him to complete the second step perfectly. At this moment, the profound sword chi that hovered before his forehead had vanished. It had entered his sea of consciousness, basically nourishing the strand of sword chi at all times. Jianshan opened his eyes the moment he completed the process. Over the past 5 years, he had recovered 50% of his essence of life, allowing his body to return to normal. And this was the effect of the chaotic body's recovery. If he fully recovered his essence of life, the rate of recovery would be even faster. Jianshan stood up from the mountain where he had been meditating for 15 years. A gleam of light flashed through his eyes, and a strand of white sword chi immediately appeared above his head. There was not a lot of sword chi. It was extremely small, only the length of a finger. It shone with a dazzling white light. However, in the moment the strand of sword chi appeared, a terrifying, devastating energy erupted from it. As the pressure expanded, both the terrifying gales in the air and the huge bolts of lightning fell silent in the center of the dangerous world mountains. The gales stopped, and the bolts of lightning vanished. It was as if they had encountered something they feared. With the appearance of the profound sword chi, the blood-red sky of the world of forsaken saints was dyed white. It expanded in all directions, enveloping several tens of thousands of kilometers. It alarmed many cultivators in the world of Forsaken Saints. At that moment, countless cultivators in the world of Forsaken Saints raised their heads to look at the sky. Shock filled their eyes. In particular, the Forsaken Saints who originally resided in the world of Forsaken Saints were astounded. This was because they had stayed in the world of Forsaken Saints for a very long time, so they understood the world extremely well. The sky of the world of Forsaken Saints had always been blood-red in their minds. The golden color had never changed, yet the sky of the world of Forsaken Saints had actually become white. What's happening? Why is there such a phenomenon? Could it be that some experts are fighting? This is the result of a fight. That's impossible. Even if experts at the Origin Realm fight, they won't be able to dye the entire sky white. I think this is probably the appearance of a heavenly treasure. This is the light from the heavenly treasure. The light is coming from the world mountains. Won't we know the answer if we go and take a look, immediately? Many powerful cultivators hurried in the direction of the world mountains, but no one dared to venture too deep in the end. The world mountains were just too dangerous. If they ventured too deep, even Origin Realm experts would be in danger, let alone the Holy Emperor. Many Origin Realm experts emerged from seclusion in the Sacred Spirit Hall. They all stood outside the Sacred Spirit Hall and stared at the distant sky. All of them were surprised. Immediately, quite a few of them flew over in an attempt to investigate the matter. All of you, come back. There's no need to go. This is caused by Jianchen. At this moment, the Spirit King, Shun Jian's voice rang out from the Sacred Spirit Hall. He slowly walked out in plain clothes. Greetings to the Spirit King. The Origin Realm experts from the world of Forsaken Saints all bowed towards the Spirit King. They were filled with respect. The Origin Realm experts who had left immediately returned as well. They all understood what was going on. As it turned out, this was caused by Sovereign Jianchen from the Tian Yuan continent. No wonder it was so great. The Spirit King stood before the Sacred Spirit Hall with his hands behind his back. He stared at the distant sky and was stern. He said, I can sense an extremely powerful sword qi in the depths of the world mountains. The sword qi is probably enough to kill Godhood expert. Is this the profound sword qi that Jianchen mentioned in the past? The profound sword qi really is terrifying. What? Enough to kill Godhood experts? Spirit King, you're not joking, right? The protectors and elders from the world of Forsaken Saints were all stunned by what Xin Jian had said. They could not help but think of Jianchen's handsome and resolute face. They all trembled inside. Possessing a battle prowess at the Godhood realm, even if it was the weakest Godhood realm expert, was already a supreme existence in this world. Yet now, a power that could actually kill Godhood realm experts had actually appeared. All of them were astounded. In the past, Jianchen was even weaker than me. Just how many years has it been since then? He's already grown to such a level, becoming an existence that I can only look up to, Xiong Zhong murmured with mixed feelings. The other protectors and elders experienced mixed feelings as well. Jianchen stowed away the profound sword qi in the world mountains with great satisfaction. With a single movement, he left the place. He stood on the Ziying sword and flew through the sky fearlessly. He directly hurried in the direction of the Sacred Spirit Hall. With Jianchen's current strength, he could travel at an unbelievable speed. He arrived before the Sacred Spirit Hall very soon. His arrival caused a great commotion among the upper echelon of the Sacred Spirit Hall. All the protectors and elders came out to receive him. Regardless of whether they were receival experts or returnance experts, they all bowed towards Jianchen. They said politely and with mixed feelings, "Greetings to Sovereign Jianchen." If it was before, they would never have acted so politely when they saw Jianchen. However, now that they knew that Jianchen possessed the power to kill Godhood experts, they became extremely fearful of Jianchen. Chapter 1669. There's one last thing. Once the last thing is done, we can leave this world and go to the saint's world, Jianchen said to Xinjian. Xinjian stared at Jianchen and suddenly smiled. I think you definitely need my help with the second thing. That's right. Jianchen took out a beast fur from his space ring and passed it to Xinjian. He said, I still need to cast down a teleportation formation so that it'll be easier for me to return to this world in the future. Although I still haven't left this world, I do know that there are extremely many lower worlds. Without a teleportation formation, returning from the saint's world will be extremely difficult. The beast fur contains some of the materials I'm currently lacking. I hope you can help me collect them. A teleportation formation? Xinjian frowned. According to what I know, casting down a teleportation formation isn't easy. It requires extremely great mastery over formations. Even the few teleportation formations our world of Forsaken Saints possesses now were left behind from countless years ago. They don't possess the ability to teleport between worlds, so casting down a teleportation formation that can take you from the Saint's world to this world won't be easy. It's not a complete teleportation formation. The most important thing is the location. Although it's rather complicated, it won't take too long to cast it down, Jianchen said. All right, I'll go collect the materials for you. Afterward, Jianchen returned to the Tianyuan continent. He mobilized all the forces of the world to search for the materials he lacked for teleportation formations. He himself remained in Flame City, absorbing the method of teleportation formations he had learnt from the Sword Spirits. The Sword Spirits were not particularly proficient with teleportation formations, but they had lived for a very long time after all. They knew a lot of information, so teleportation formations that were only used for location were not difficult for him. During this time, Jianchen visited Yang Lai, Feng Xiaotian, and Guihai Yidao several times to ask about the method of casting down teleportation formations. Unfortunately, Feng Xiaotian was unable to provide any help to Jianchen even though he knew a thing or two about formations. In the end, Jianchen visited Fairy Haoyue. After all, Fairy Haoyue was also from the Saint's world, so she was obviously knowledgeable. To Jianchen's surprise and joy, Fairy Haoyue actually possessed quite a bit of mastery over formations. He immediately asked Fairy Haoyue about teleportation formations and learned quite a lot in the end. He felt like he had been enlightened. In the following period of time, Jianchen would often visit Fairy Haoyue in the Bright Moon Divine Hall to ask her about some of the problems he encountered or things he did not understand about teleportation formations. Only half a year later did Jianchen enter seclusion once again when the materials he needed arrived. He devoted himself to studying teleportation formations and even used up the few remaining comprehension tea leaves he had on him. Jianchen had very rarely come into contact with teleportation formations, so casting them down was even more difficult. Even with the assistance of the Sword Spirits and the benefits he had gained from Fairy Haoyue, he was still very far away from actually casting down a teleportation formation. 1 year. 2 years, 3 years. Time passed slowly. Jianchen failed countless times during this period of time as he cast down teleportation formations, so the materials on him rapidly decreased. Fortunately, these materials were not of the highest quality. They could be found on both the Tianyuan continent and the world of Forsaken Saint. Coupled with the fact that there were countless people collecting materials for him in both worlds, Jianchen did not have to worry about running out of materials. Finally, on the 5th year, Jianchen successfully cast down a teleportation formation for the first time. A glowing formation was engraved on a piece of stone as it pulsed with powerful energy. Jianchen became excited as he looked at the profound and complicated teleportation formation. Even though he knew that the teleportation formation before him could not teleport people and was only an incomplete product at most, it was more than enough to determine his location on the Tianyuan continent. As long as he had this teleportation formation, He would not have to worry about being unable to find his location when he came down from the saint's world. Afterward, Jianshan removed a fist-sized stone orb from the teleportation formation and carefully stowed it away in a wooden box. The stone orb had a subtle connection with the teleportation formation. It would be the most crucial item for him to return from the saint's world. Jianshan was worried that the teleportation formation would be damaged, so he cast down over a dozen teleportation points in various directions on the Tianyuan continent. Every single location was extremely remote, and they were all protected by sword formations. At the same time, he would remove a similar orb whenever he cast down a teleportation formation and store it away carefully. Jianshan still did not feel safe. In the end, he directly flew into outer space and cast down 3 more teleportation formations on the moon that had been split in half. Afterward, he cast down a few more teleportation formations on several planets extremely far away from the moon. This was his way home, and he couldn't afford to be careless. With his current reputation, as long as he gave the word, no one would dare to ruin his arrangements. However, he still had to prepare for the worst. Jianshan finally let out a sigh of relief after casting down the teleportation formations. He returned to the Tianyuan continent and immediately gathered all the Origin Realm experts in the world. Very soon, Poseidon, Houston, Yang Lai, Feng Xiaotian, Gui Haidao, Shangguan Mu'er, Xiao Jin, Xiao Ling, and so on all gathered in Flame City. They seemed to know why Jianshan had gathered them, so they all felt extremely mixed emotions. Great-grandfather, seniors, I will be setting off for the Saint's world soon. May I ask if any of you are willing to come with me? However, the Saint's world is very dangerous. The Origin Realm is nothing, so you need to be mentally prepared, Jianshan said with mixed emotions. He struggled to remain calm as he was about to leave. Although he would return in the future, and had even cast down the teleportation formations, he did not know whether he would still be alive by then. Yeah, I'm finally going to the Saint's world. Big brother, you have to take Xiao Ling to find Master. Xiao Ling misses Master so much. Aside from Xiao Ling, who cheered excitedly, everyone else remained silent. After quite a while, Poseidon broke the silence. I'm still a little too weak right now. There's no hurry for me to go to the Saint's world for now. It won't be too late for me to go after I reach reciprocity in the world of Forsaken Saint. A total of 10 of us came to this world in the past, but only the 3 of us have awakened now. We won't go to the Saint's world for now. We'll wait here for 10,000 years. If the 7 of them still haven't awakened after 10,000 years, we'll leave, said Feng Xiaotian. His words were the same as Gui Haidao and Yang Lai's. Jianshan, I'll go to the Saint's world with you. I have Amigami's assistance, so I shouldn't drag you down too much, right? Houston smiled and decided to go with Jianshan. After some discussion, only the White Tiger, Xiao Jin, Xiao Ling, Houston, and Shangguan Mu'er agreed to go to the Saint's world. Yang Lai, Feng Xiaotian, Gui Haidao, and Poseidon chose to stay behind. Jianshan, you have to take me with you if you want to go. Don't forget about me, the great newbies, said Jianshan. At this moment, the golden-robed newbies strode in boldly and directly called out. He showed no respect for Jianshan at all. P.S. The first group is full. To those who have not joined, please join the second group, 4590285357. In order for more readers to join the group, please do not join the second group if you have already joined. Chapter 1670. Jianshan chuckled when he saw newbies rush in hastily. He said, Newbies, you don't want to live a glorious life in this world with your 2 beloved concubines, but you want to go to the Saint's world with me to live a life of bloodshed. Why bother? You should know that even with my strength, I probably won't be able to establish myself in the Saint's world. A life of bloodshed is the most wonderful life in the great newbie's heart, because only then will it be filled with challenges. Jianshan, I've made myself very clear. If you want to go to the Saint's world, don't leave me here alone. Otherwise I, the great Nubis, will never accept you as my brother, said Nubis. Excitement and eagerness filled his face. Clearly, he yearned to go to the Saints' world very much. Oh right, I heard that only Origin Realm experts can pass through the tunnel to the Saints' world. I'm not even at the Origin Realm yet, so you have to think of something for me. Just don't leave me here alone, said Nubis. He and Jianchen were friends who had gone through thick and thin together. They were brothers who had gone through trials of life and death together, so their relationship was extraordinary. As a result, he spoke very casually, unlike the other Holy Emperor who treated Jianchen with respect. All right, since you insist on going, I'll take you with me to the Saints' world. Jianchen could only agree to take Nubis with him. Although Nubis' current strength was rather weak in the Saints' world, his rate of progress would be incomparable to this world once he went to the Saints' world where origin energy was abundant. Afterwards, Jianchen went to visit a few old friends and bid them farewell. It would probably be 10,000 years or even several tens of thousand years before he would return. The Holy Emperor only had 10,000 years to live, so his old friends might be gone by the time he returned. Although the origin energy of this world was gradually recovering and there was a good place for cultivation in the world of Forsaken Saints, reaching the origin realm would not be easy. Soon after, Jianchen found Hao Wu in a deserted mountain. At this moment, Hao Wu had entered the Holy Emperor, but he had turned into a white-haired old man. He had left Czar Kaiyun and was cultivating alone in this deserted mountain. Jianchen had mixed feelings as he looked at the wrinkled, white-haired old man in front of him. This was because this old man was his father-in-law. After Jianchen explained that he was about to leave this world, Hao Wu fell silent. Only after quite a while did he sigh gently, Jianchen, I hope you can take good care of Mu after you go to the Saints' world. I will, Jianchen swore. After chatting with Hao Wu for a while, Jianchen bid farewell and left. He then arrived 1,000 kilometers away from where Hao Wu cultivated. There was a mountain peak that reached into the clouds, and there was also a small wooden hut on the peak. A beautiful woman in a violet dress sat on a rock in front of the hut. She stared into the distance in a daze as undisguised sorrow and longing filled her face. She was the ancestor of the Czar family in the city of God, Czar Kaiyun. She had left the Czar family many years ago and no longer paid any attention to the matters of the Czar family. She had always lived in seclusion on this mountain. Aside from cultivation, what she loved to do the most was stare blankly into the distance. This was because that was where Hao Wu lived. 1,000 kilometers was originally only a single step for Czar Kaiyun, who was a holy emperor, but to Czar Kaiyun, it was the end of the world. Jianchen hovered in the air as he stared at Czar Kaiyun. Mixed feelings filled his eyes, and he gently sighed before leaving. Czar Kaiyun did not sense Jianchen's arrival at all. In the end, Jianchen paid a visit to Tianjian. Tianjian had used the saint's fruit to become a holy emperor, and Jianchen had gifted him a violet cloud peach. His strength had skyrocketed once again, and he was now at the 8th heavenly layer of the Holy Emperor. He was one of the peak experts below the origin realm in this world. Jianchen had a long conversation with Tianjian before pulling out a white pelt from his space ring and shoving it into Tianjian's hands. This was the pelt of the ancient winged tiger. It recorded Mo Tianyun's way of slaughter. The origin realm experts of this world had tried to comprehend it several times, but they had failed in the end. After a few cycles, it returned to Jianchen in the end. At this moment, Jianchen gave the pelt to Tianjian solemnly. This was because the way of slaughter had been left behind by Mo Tianyun in the past, and Mercenary City was the foundation that Mo Tianyun had left behind on the Tian Yuan continent. As the great elder of Mercenary City, Tianjian was perfectly justified in inheriting the way of slaughter. As for whether he could successfully comprehend the way of slaughter, that was another matter altogether. Although Jianchen had considered giving it to Shangguan Aojian possessed the innate chaotic body. He had his own path to walk, so giving the pelt to Tianjian would be more meaningful. After bidding farewell to Tianjian, Jianchen went to the Supreme Divine Hall that Mo Tianyun had left behind in the past. He took away the unconscious Kea as well as the seven-colored heaven-devouring beast that had always guarded Kea silently. Jianchen was powerless to do anything about Kea's situation right now, so he planned on taking Kea to the Saint's world. He hoped that he could find a way to awaken Kea there. Afterwards, Jianchen went to the Saint's world and found the four brothers who were cultivating there. He asked them whether they were willing to go to the Saint's world with him. Jianchen, the four of us don't want to go to the Saint's world for now. We plan on cultivating in the world of Forsaken Saints for some time. We'll go once our strength has increased, said Ada. Jianchen nodded and said nothing more. He turned around and left. 3 days later, all the Origin Realm experts of the two worlds arrived on the Tianyuan continent. This was because today was the day that Jianchen and the Spirit King were going to leave. Everyone had come to send them off. On the Tianyuan continent, aside from the Origin Realm experts, there were many people from the Holy Emperor as well as many people that Jianchen was familiar with. Tianjian and the remaining elders of Mercenary City, Tianmu Ling of the Tianmu clan and the two old men who used to follow Tianmu Ling, Huang Tianba of the Huang family, Qin Shao of the Tianqin clan, Qin Ji and the Imperial Protector of the Qin Empire, Quan Yu Kai and Kara Livy of the Radiant Saint Master Union, the experts of the Turtle clan from the Sea Realm, the Hall Master of Poseidon, the Evil King, and so on. In short, all the people that Jianchen was familiar with, as long as they were still alive, had come. Even the four brothers of Ada, who cultivated in the world of Forsaken Saints, had specially come. Chongyang, who stepped out of the Pure Heart Pavilion for the first time as well, to send off Jianchen one last time. However, in his eyes, it was very difficult to see brotherly love. There was only calmness, as well as a little bit of emotion mixed in. Jianchen's heart ached at Chongyang, whose change. His current elder brother was no longer the elder brother of the past. Xianger, you have to come back alive. Don't forget that your father and I are still waiting for you here. Bai Yuntian and Chongyang Ba said to Jianchen with tears in their eyes. They were filled with reluctance. The two of them understood that this farewell could be eternal. Brother, I'll always be waiting for you here. Don't forget that you still have a sister. If you don't come back within 10,000 years, you'll probably never see your sister again, Bai Lian cried as well. She sobbed at Jianchen. With her talent, becoming a holy emperor would not be a problem for her, but reaching the Origin Realm would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Father, mother, you have to be careful in the Saints' world. If you don't come back within 10,000 years, I'll personally go to the Saints' world to find you, said Shangguan Aojian. His voice was filled with determination. He was not joking when he said that he would go to the Saints' world by himself after 10,000 years. If it were not for the fact that he was worried that he might not be able to find his parents in the Saints' world, Shangguan Aojian would not have needed to wait for 10,000 years at all. Jianchen, you have to come back. Yu Yu and Huang Luan both teared up. They were filled with sorrow. This farewell would be a farewell of life and death. At this moment, the bright moon divine hall flew over from afar and gently landed on the ground. Soon after, the door to the divine hall opened and Fairy Haoyue's voice rang out, "You four haven't reached the Origin Realm, so it's impossible for you to survive in the tunnel. Come in, the four of you." With that, Ruijin, Honglian, Blackfish, and Newbies all walked out and entered the divine hall with Fairy Haoyue. Passing through the tunnel won't be a smooth journey. If you're unlucky, you'll come across some danger. I suggest that aside from the Spirit King and Jianchen, everyone else enter my divine hall to ensure that nothing goes wrong, continued Fairy Haoyue. Xiong Zhong immediately became unhappy when he heard that. He said, "I don't think your divine hall is tough at all. With my strength at reciprocity, am I not as safe as your divine hall outside? Let alone you, a mere reciprocity cultivator, Even if Jianchen passes through the tunnel with his current strength, it won't be as safe as staying in my bright moon divine hall. It's just that the price I have to pay to return to the Saints' world alone in my current state is just far too great, which is why I have to go with you," said Fairy Haoyue coldly. Everyone could hear the disdain in her voice when she mentioned the origin realm. Xiongzhong no longer dared to say anything. Instead, he glanced at Jianchen. If Fairy Haoyue had not compared Jianchen to him, he definitely would have believed that Fairy Haoyue was spouting nonsense. With his personality, he would never have let the matter rest. Yet now, Fairy Haoyue had actually said that even Sovereign Jianchen would not be as safe as her divine hall when passing through the tunnel. Her words clearly showed some disdain towards Jianchen. He wanted to see Jianchen's reaction. Jianchen rubbed his nose and smiled embarrassedly. Fairy Haoyue is the reincarnation of a great expert from the Saints' world. Since she's saying that, there's a reason for it. All the people who want to go to the Saints' world should enter the Divine Hall. Jianchen had never been able to figure out Fairy Haoyue's background. Even with his current strength, Fairy Haoyue still seemed unfathomable in his eyes. Chapter 1671. The eyes of the Origin Realm experts from the world of Forsaken Saints immediately narrowed when they heard that Fairy Haoyue was the reincarnation of a great expert from the Saints' world. Their expressions all changed. Xiongzhong, who was rather displeased with Fairy Haoyue, no longer dared to say anything. Shen Jian's gaze towards the bright moon divine hall changed as well. From Fairy Haoyue's tone, he could guess that Fairy Haoyue was probably quite a powerful expert back in the Saints' world. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for her to boast like that. No one refuted Fairy Haoyue after this small incident. Afterwards, the Origin Realm experts from the two worlds all entered the Bright Moon Divine Hall. Even Xiongzhong and Shangguan Mu'er, who were at reciprocity, were no exception. In the end, only Jianchen and Shunjian remained outside. Although the world of Forsaken Saints had many Origin Realm experts, not many of them were going to the Saints' world this time. Aside from Xiongzhong, there were only 4 returnants elders. The other Receival protectors had all chosen to stay behind. Since everything is ready, let's set off right now. Fairy Haoyue's voice rang out. Clearly, she was rather eager. She was extremely worried about her father's safety, so she wanted to return to the Saints' world as soon as possible. Hold on, Jianchen suddenly said. Afterwards, he took out the Radiant Saint artifact and removed the crystal coffin that held Kea. Surprisingly, there was also a small beast the size of a fist lying on the ground. Fairy Haoyue, please place my friend with you. I think it'll be safer with you than with me, Jianchen said. The appearance of the crystal coffin immediately attracted the gazes of all the Origin Realm experts present. However, their gazes were not focused on the coffin. Instead, they stared at the fist-sized beast lying on the coffin. They all shivered inside because they could sense the powerful presence of an Origin Realm expert from the beast. The main reason why Jianchen did not place the crystal coffin in the artifact space was because of the 7-colored heaven-devouring beast. The 7-colored heaven-devouring beast had reached the Origin Realm, so the slightest carelessness could destroy the artifact space. At the same time, Jianchen did not dare to place Kea and the 7-colored heaven-devouring beast in the Anata Tower because he would not dare to reveal the Anata Tower once he went to the Saints' world. After all, he had not completely refined the Anata Tower yet. Once it was exposed in the Saints' world, it was possible for supreme experts to sense its presence. Jianchen waved goodbye to everyone before leaving the Tian Yuan continent with Shunjian. They charged towards the tunnel to the Saints' world, while the Bright Moon Divine Hall followed behind them. Yu Yu and Huang Luan waved goodbye to Jianchen sorrowfully on the Tian Yuan continent. The two of them were too weak, so they did not follow Jianchen to the higher world. In another direction, Qin Qin, Xiao Qian, and Xiao Yu stood together. Qin Qin stared at Jianchen as he gradually disappeared into the surroundings. She was gloomy. Young Master Jianchen, farewell. I probably won't be able to see you again in the future, thought Qin Qin. Qin Qin thought in her heart. 2 streams of tears flowed uncontrollably from her eyes. At this moment she felt an unprecedented pain in her heart. You have to be careful in the tunnel. You can't be careless. Jianshan, you'll be in charge of protecting my bright moon divine hall. I'll warn you if you come across any danger. Fairy Haoyue's voice rang out from behind. With that, the bright moon divine hall immediately shrank to the size of a fist before being grabbed by Jianshan. Ziying Qing Sua, I'm going to the saint's world, so I'll have to trouble you for now, Jianshan said to the sword spirits. He gently pressed his hand against the twin swords, and with a flash of light, the swords vanished. They had fused into Jianshan's hand, slumbering in his dantian. Jianshan could have stored the twin swords away a long time ago. He just allowed them to come into contact with the outside world so that they could absorb the yin and yang energy of the world, which would assist in their recovery. However, he could not expose the twin swords once he went to the saint's world. Jianshan held the fist-sized bright moon divine hall in his left hand as he walked side by side with Sun Jian. They entered the tunnel to the saint's world together and left this world. The tunnel leading to the saint's world was not filled with chaos. Instead, it was filled with multicolored light, forming ribbons of various colors that filled every corner of the tunnel. At the same time, an extremely great pressure pressed down from the surroundings. The pressure was so great that it was enough to kill any holy emperor. Only Origin Realm experts could endure it. Jianshan and Sun Jian endured the pressure with ease. They advanced through the tunnel carefully as they looked around curiously. When Jianshan saw the multicolored halos that filled the tunnel, space immediately began to change. Everything flickered. He seemed to see blurry images of various worlds rapidly flickering through the halos. Every world was different, and every world possessed their own unique culture and systems. Sometimes, he could even see experts of various levels fighting in the halos. Some were powerful, some were weak. Only sainthood or mortal realm experts were weak, while origin realm experts could be seen fighting to the death from time to time. However, the images were extremely blurry, and they changed extremely quickly. Every single image would only appear for a split second, making it difficult to distinguish between reality and illusion. The images you see here are not fake. They're all real because we're currently moving through space at an unbelievable speed. They're images that appear as we pass through various worlds. Fairy Haoyue's voice rang out in Jianshan's head. Jianshan was secretly shocked when he heard that. He had already seen the images of countless worlds flicker through. If every single image was a world, he really did not know just how many worlds he had passed through. Although I already knew that there were many lower worlds, I've only truly witnessed just how many there are today. It's probably impossible to describe them with words. The Tianyuan continent that I used to stay on was only one of the many insignificant spaces, Jianshan thought. It was impossible to sense the flow of time in the tunnel. Jianshan and Sun Jian had no idea how long they had been moving through. They would come across chaotic streams of space from time to time, but they managed to avoid them all. Finally, they saw the exit of the tunnel after who knew how much time had passed. It was a barren plain. It stretched as far as the eye could see. Aside from a few large birds flying through the air with lightning-like speed, there was not a single living thing to be seen. Chapter 1672. The two people who had fallen out of the tunnel were Jianshan and Sun Jian. As the gravity and density of space in this world were extremely different from the Tianyuan continent, the two of them immediately felt like an extremely heavy mountain had suddenly fallen on them as soon as they left the tunnel. Caught off guard, they slammed into the ground in an extremely horrible shape. Jianshan stood up with a beautiful flip in the air. He patted off the dust on him as he studied the foreign world. In this world, he could clearly sense the extremely powerful power of the laws of the world, filling every inch of space in the world. In particular, the origin energy there was far denser than Jianshan had imagined. It was as if he could absorb a large amount of origin energy effortlessly with just a deep breath. If the origin energy here was compared to the world of Forsaken Saints, the world of Forsaken Saints would basically be a backwater place that lacked resources. Aside from that, Jianshan's greatest feeling after arriving in this world was that the gravity here was 10 times more powerful than the Tianyuan continent. The density of space had reached a level that left him dumbfounded. If the space on the Tianyuan continent and the world of Forsaken Saints was a piece of paper, then the space here was a piece of steel. No, even describing it as steel was not enough to describe the toughness of the space here. It should be described as many times tougher than steel. Is this the Saints' world? Jianshan looked around and said with some excitement. The origin energy in this world was so abundant that he could see hope for his chaotic body to continue breaking through. The laws of the world are so powerful, the origin energy is so dense, and even the gravity and space are so powerful. This should be the Saints' world without a doubt, Shen Jian said as he patted off the dust on him. He looked around excitedly. Let's find a hidden place to enter seclusion first. I need to break through to godhood as soon as possible. That way our chances of surviving here will be greater, Jianshan said. He had already reached the limits of reciprocity in the lower world. He had grasped the laws of the world as well, so he possessed the key to reaching godhood long ago. However, he was unable to reach godhood due to the restrictions of the laws of the world in the lower world. Now that he had come to the Saints' world, he immediately wanted to break through in a hurry. That works too. We can also learn more about the situation of the Saints' world from Fairy Haoyue while we're at it, Jianshan said before flying off with Xinjian. Due to the increase in gravity and the density of space in the Saints' world, Jianshan and Xinjian's flight speeds were greatly affected. They were no longer able to travel several million kilometers with a single step like they did in the lower world. Moreover, their origin energy consumption rate was several times greater when they flew in the Saints' world. The range of the senses of their souls was restricted as well. Jianshan, I need to absorb origin energy to recover, so I won't be able to help you with anything other than telling you a few things about the Saints' world. If you come across enemies, you'll have to deal with them on your own. You must protect my divine hall. My divine hall can still be of some use on the Tianyuan continent, but in the Saints' world, any random reciprocity expert can destroy it. Fairy Haoyue's voice rang out in Jianshan's head. Fairy Haoyue, don't worry. As long as I, Jianshan, am still alive, I will definitely protect your divine hall with everything I have. Quite a few of us are still in your divine hall, Jianshan smiled. With your and Xinjian's strength, you'll still be able to protect yourselves if you come across deities. As for your friends, they won't be able to fight back at all before godhood experts. As a result, for their safety, let them stay in my divine hall for now, Fairy Haoyue said. Neither Jianshan nor Xinjian had any objections to the suggestion. They agreed happily. Jianshan and Xinjian flew through the barren plains at a steady pace. They searched for a suitable place to enter seclusion so that Xinjian could break through. There's someone up ahead. Suddenly, Jianshan's eyes narrowed. A small group of around a dozen people appeared very far away from them. One reciprocity, 2 returnants for receival, and the rest are Holy Emperor, Jianshan said indifferently. Xinjian said in a flat tone. His eyes flashed as he said, This is the first time we've seen cultivators after flying over this plain for half a day. Let's go over and ask them to understand the situation around here. Jianshan nodded. He changed directions with Xinjian and flew towards the group. They had clearly discovered the two of them as well, and they became cautious. However, at this moment, Jianshan's face changed and he came to a halt. He said with a heavy voice, Wait, there's a godhood expert heading this way. As soon as Jianshan finished speaking, Xinjian sensed a powerful presence rapidly approach them. His face changed, and he stood beside Jianshan cautiously. 2 seconds later, a fiery red figure shot through the air like a meteor, flying off into the distance. It seemed to be in a hurry, as if it was fleeing for its life. As it approached, a powerful pressure flooded the surroundings. Accompanying it was a powerful pulse of energy that caused Jianchen and Xinjian's expressions to change. Originally, the figure did not come for Jianchen and the group. It seemed like it was just passing by and happened to come across them. However, when the fiery red figure discovered that there were other people here, it suddenly changed its direction and flew directly towards the small team of more than 10 people. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the dozen or so people. Raging flames burned around his body as he floated in the air, like a god of fire descending. However, through the raging flames, one could clearly see the hideous and terrifying wounds on his body, as well as the remaining blood on his deathly pale face and the corners of his mouth. He was clearly injured. Be careful, this person's cultivation has reached late deity. Fairy Haoyue's voice rang out. It was slightly stern. If she still possessed her cultivation, a person like this would only be as insignificant as an ant in her eyes. However, she had to treat them with caution now. Jianchen and Xinjian looked at each other. They had never thought that they would come across a godhood expert as soon as they arrived in the saint's world, and the person would be so powerful. You've come at the perfect time. You just happened to be able to heal some of my wounds. Undying body of flames. Suddenly, the fiery red figure let out a low roar, and the flames around him soared, turning into a sea of fire that enveloped the small team of more than a dozen people. Faced with the attack of a godhood expert, especially one who was a late deity, the group with the strongest reciprocity expert was unable to put up any resistance at all. They did not even have the power to flee. They were directly enveloped by the sea of flames and were reduced to nothingness in a single moment. As they died, a portion of their vitality and origin energy was devoured by the sea of flames. However, this vitality and origin energy were converted into energy for the man to heal and recover. When the sea of flames vanished, the man's presence had clearly become slightly more powerful. Jianchen and Xinjian were stern. They looked at each other and sensed that the situation was bad. Chapter 1673. There's actually a late reciprocity expert. From the strength of your presence, you should have reached the limits of late reciprocity as well. You're just unable to comprehend the laws of the world, so you're stuck at reciprocity. If you hadn't appeared here today and encountered me, you might have been able to reach godhood one day. It's just a pity that you'll never have that opportunity. Become nutrients for my recovery. Remember my name. I am Lu Fei, the one who will kill you. The burning man smiled cruelly. He looked at Jianchen and Xinjian like he was looking at dead people. Lu Fei, do you really think you can take us down? The two of us have no intentions of becoming your enemy. If you insist on doing this, don't blame us for being merciless, Jianchen said coldly. Although he was stern, there was no fear or panic on his face at all. Lu Fei's eyes narrowed. He glared at Jianchen and sneered, "You sure talk big. Although I can't see through your cultivation, I can vaguely sense that you're at reciprocity. Even if I'm wrong and you possess strength at godhood, you still won't be able to change the outcome." With that, killing intent surged in Lu Fei's eyes. With a bellow, he used the undying body of flames again. Immediately, fierce flames surged from his body, turning into a sea of fire that enveloped Jianchen and Xinjian. A gleam of light flashed through Xinjian and Jianchen's eyes. With a clear thrum of a sword, a pitch-black sword silently appeared in Xinjian's hand. He fused with his sword, turning into a resplendent streak of light that directly charged into the sea of fire. He charged towards Lu Fei with an unstoppable force. Jianchen's gaze became extremely sharp, like an unsheathed sword. It was filled with sharpness. Although he did not possess a sword at that moment, he gave off the feeling that he had become a supreme sword. With a gentle stroke of his finger, the surging sea of fire was immediately parted by a powerful, invisible sword qi. Xin Jian fused with his sword, turning into a powerful and resplendent streak of light. He flew through the tunnel Jianchen had created. The cloud-stream sword in his hand surged with a streak of light that was several meters long as he pointed it at Lu Fei's forehead. "You've actually both comprehended laws. I've underestimated you." Lu Fei's eyes narrowed, and he immediately became rather stern. He clenched his hand, and the sea of fire in the surroundings churned violently, condensing into a hand of fire in a single moment. Not only did the hand of fire contain a powerful pulse of energy that shocked Jianchen and Xin Jian, but it also contained a sliver of the laws of fire. It grabbed Xin Jian's cloudstream sword. "Your cultivation has reached the limits of reciprocity, and you've comprehended the laws of the world. If you have some time, you can reach godhood at any time. What a pity, what a pity. You'll never have that opportunity. Let's not talk about the difference in cultivation between us, but even in terms of comprehension of the laws of the world, there's still a huge difference between us." Lu Fei gently sighed. He looked at Xin Jian and Jianchen with a sliver of pity, but it was soon replaced by heavy killing intent. To him, both Jianchen and Xin Jian were nutrients that he could devour to recover from his wound. Lu Fei gently extended a finger, and a red streak of light shot out from the tip of his finger. It shot towards the forehead of the sword with a sliver of the laws of fire. "Form breaker!" Suddenly, Xin Jian bellowed out. The cloud-stream sword immediately shone brightly as it slashed towards the hand of fire. The strike possessed a mysterious power that could destroy everything in the world. It targeted all tangible objects. With the strike, Lu Fei's hand of fire was immediately split in half. When the laws of fire within the hand of fire collided with Xin Jian's laws of the sword, they were actually suppressed by Xin Jian's laws of the sword, preventing them from unleashing their power. Afterwards, the cloud-stream sword turned into a blur and stabbed towards the red streak of light that contained the sliver of the laws of fire that Lu Fei had pointed at. With a great boom, the red light immediately exploded, dispersing into the surroundings as a powerful ripple of energy. Xin Jian was forced back by the powerful ripple of energy. Although he possessed the battle prowess of godhood, the difference in cultivation between him and Lu Fei was just too great. However, Lu Fei did not care about the spreading energy shockwaves at all. The ferocious energy shockwaves struck his body, but it was unable to shake his body in the slightest. Instead, his eyes were firmly fixed on Xin Jian. His face was filled with an expression of disbelief. "Your comprehension of laws is actually greater than mine." "Impossible, this is definitely impossible," Lu Fei cried out as his heart churned. He was a late deity, close to becoming a god, yet a cultivator who had not even reached godhood had actually surpassed him in terms of comprehension of laws. He struggled to accept this. However, at this moment, a coldness suddenly rose up from the bottom of Lu Fei's heart. Jianchen had already arrived before Lu Fei with lightning speed. Using his finger as a sword, a huge streak of light shot out from the tip of his finger, stabbing towards Lu Fei mercilessly with a cold intent. Lu Fei's face changed. Before they had fought, he did not sense any power from Jianchen. Only now that he was truly clashing with Jianchen, he discovered in shock that Jianchen was actually much more powerful than Xin Jian. He actually felt threatened by Jianchen's attack. Lu Fei finally became stern. He dared not to be careless at all. He struck out with his full strength, and a fiery red sword appeared in his hand. The laws of fire condensed as he stabbed out as hard as he could. Jianchen's sword qi collided with Lu Fei's sword, causing sparks to fly everywhere. Lu Fei's laws of fire collided with Jianchen's laws of the sword, and his laws of fire were suppressed, rapidly dispersing. He was not the opponent of Jianchen's laws of the sword at all in terms of comprehension of laws. Impossible. How is your comprehension of laws so powerful as well? It's actually greater than mine. Who are the two of you? Lu Fei's face was filled with shock. He struggled to remain calm. He had never thought that the two people he had casually come across on the plains where resources were scarce would be so powerful. Their cultivations were clearly not powerful, but their comprehension of laws was frighteningly great. Even a late deity like him was nowhere near as great as them. Jianshan said nothing. His eyes were cold as he stabbed out a second time. He moved extremely quickly, and with a flash, the sword Qi had already arrived before Lu Fei, heading straight for his forehead. Lu Fei retreated explosively. At the same time, he tilted his head, avoiding the fatal strike by a hair's breadth. However, his hair had been swept away by the sword Qi, causing it to become disheveled. Apart from shock, there was also a sliver of coldness in his eyes when he looked at Jianshan and Xin Jian. Immediately, he changed his hand seals and the source strength between the heavens and the earth suddenly surged and gathered. In an instant it condensed into a blazing divine sword 100 meters long above his head, illuminating the sky red. Faintly, a cloud of fire gathered in the sky. Since I can't devour you directly, I'll kill you first before devouring you. Once I devour the two of you, I should be able to recover quite a lot. Truth Tier Battle Skill, Scarlet Fire Python Sword. Lu Fei bellowed out. The sword Qi above his head immediately turned into a red streak of light, shooting towards Jianshan with lightning speed. The tip of the sword Qi turned into a vicious snake head at that moment. At that moment, Lu Fei, a mighty late deity, had actually been forced to use a battle skill by Jianshan. The battle skill was extremely powerful as well. It had reached the level of the Immortals world, which made Jianshan become stern. Daluo Sword. Jianshan called out. He formed a seal with his hand and golden light flickered around him. A golden sword Qi appeared out of nowhere, colliding with Lu Fei's battle skill with an unstoppable force. With the increase in Jianshan's chaotic force, the Daluo sword he used was much more powerful than when he used it on the Tian Yuan continent. He also used an immortal tier sword technique to deal with Lu Fei's battle skill that was on the level of the Immortals world. With a boom, the Daluo sword and the Scarlet Fire Python sword collided heavily. Golden and red light intertwined, creating the most resplendent firework. Lu Fei's battle skill began to disperse, while a half-meter-long strand of golden sword Qi remained from Jianshan's Daluo sword. It shot through the air as a golden streak of light. It passed through Lu Fei's chest under his gaze of disbelief. Lu Fei's body shook violently as he vomited blood. He staggered several dozen meters back before finally stabilizing himself. With a flash of black light, Xin Jian's Cloudstream sword shot over as well. It swept past Lu Fei's neck and almost beheaded him. Lu Fei became even paler as the flames around him dimmed. Not only had he failed to devour Jianshan and Xin Jian to recover, but he had also become heavily injured in the battle. He had gone for wool and come home shorn. I never thought that I wouldn't be their opponent. If this continues, I'll definitely lose. The ancestor of the Lu family will probably break free soon as well. I need to leave as soon as possible. Whatever, I'll remember the two of them for now. I'll deal with them in the future. Lu Fei no longer had the heart to continue fighting. With a single movement, he turned into a blur and fled as quickly as he could. Lu Fei fled extremely quickly. In terms of speed alone, neither Jianshan nor Xin Jian could match up to him. After all, there was a difference in their cultivation. A gleam of light flashed through Jianshan's eyes as he watched Lu Fei fly away. He formed a seal with his hands before turning into a bolt of lightning, chasing after Lu Fei with unbelievable speed. Linear lightning release. Impossible. His speed. Lu Fei was shocked when he saw Jianshan chase after him like a bolt of lightning. This time, he had no time to dodge at all. Jianshan passed through Lu Fei as a bolt of lightning. Although Jianshan could not catch up to Lu Fei in terms of speed, he still possessed a sword technique. The linear lightning release was an extremely fast sword technique. It could be used for both attack and pursuit. Lu Fei's eyes were wide open, filled with disbelief. The divine light in his eyes quickly dissipated, becoming hollow. Then, his body split into two halves, with the center of his brows as the center. The moment the bolt of lightning passed through his body, not only did it split open his body, but even his soul was wiped out as well. His soul had been wiped out. I never thought that I would be able to kill late gods so easily after reaching the 9th layer of the chaotic body. Due to the chaotic Niden, I've only been able to use 80% of my strength. Jianshan sighed emotionally as he looked at Lu Fei's corpse. He casually took Lu Fei's space ring. However, Lu Fei is injured as well. If he was in peak condition, it probably wouldn't have been so easy to kill him. Chapter 1674. Xinjian flew over from afar. He stared at Lu Fei's corpse and said, "There really are as many experts in the saints' world as there are clouds in the sky. Just a random person I came across was a late deity. If he took a step further, he would become a god. I need to find a safe place to break through as soon as possible." After the battle with Lu Fei, Xinjian was even more eager to break through to godhood. However, this place was a desolate plain, so there was nowhere to hide at all. Moreover, people would pass by from time to time, so it was clearly not a good place to break through. Jianshan thought of the Anata Tower. Although it was damaged, it was a good place to break through. However, after coming to the Saints' world, Jianshan did not dare to take out the Anata Tower. He was afraid that extremely powerful experts would sense the presence of the Anata Tower. "Let's leave this place quickly." Lu Fei seemed like he was running for his life earlier. Coupled with the fact that he's injured, there must be someone pursuing him. "We can't stay here any longer," Jianshan said to Xinjian. He played around with the space ring he had taken from Lu Fei's finger before stowing it away casually. Now was not the time to check the items inside. However, as soon as Jianshan finished speaking, an extremely powerful presence permeated from afar. The presence blanketed the surroundings, surging into the clouds and kicking up a storm. Accompanying the presence was a surging sense of fury and extremely cold, killing intent. "Let's go." The expressions of Jianshan and Xinjian changed. Without any hesitation, the two of them immediately fled as quickly as they could. The pressure from the owner of the presence was several times greater than Lu Fei's. This was an extremely powerful expert, one who had surpassed deity. Without even thinking, Jianshan and Xinjian could guess that this was the person pursuing Lu Fei. Although Lu Fei was already dead, Jianshan and Xinjian still chose to leave just in case. A few seconds after Jianshan and Xinjian left, a blurry, gray figure shot over from afar. He moved so quickly that he was several times faster than Lu Fei. He gave off a powerful presence, causing the ground to sink. The cold and heavy killing intent reduced the dried grass on the ground to dust. Very soon, the gray figure stopped before Lu Fei's corpse. Only then did his face become visible. He was an old man who seemed to be in his 70s. He wore gray robes, and his gray hair danced in the wind behind him. He had a hooked nose, and his aged eyes were piercing. His face was terrifyingly sunken. The old man glanced past Lu Fei's corpse for a while. When he discovered that Lu Fei's space ring had vanished, his gaze immediately became extremely terrifying. His killing intent skyrocketed as well, reaching a limit. "It's impossible for me to steal the heirloom of my Lu family." The old man's face was extremely sunken, and his voice was bone-chillingly cold. He immediately expanded the senses of his soul and caught the traces Jianshan and Xinjian had left. He immediately chased after them as a gray blur. The laws of the saints' world were powerful, and the space there was tough. Let alone origin realm experts, even godhood experts with great mastery over the laws of space could not tear open the space of this world and create a space gate. As a result, even though the old man was powerful, he could only fly through the air. Jianshan and Xinjian sensed the old man's pursuit as well. In terms of speed, they were not even as fast as Lu Fei, but the old man was several times faster than Lu Fei due to his great strength. It was impossible for them to shake him off with their speed. Fortunately, they directly stopped and hovered in the air, waiting for the old man to catch up. Very soon, the old man appeared before Jianchen and Xinjian. He directly blocked Jianchen's path and asked coldly with a sunken face, "Did you kill Lu Fei?" "The two of us passed by earlier and came across Lu Fei by chance. Lu Fei wanted to devour us, but he was injured, so his strength was affected. As a result, not only did he fail to devour us in the end, he was killed by us instead. May I ask who this senior is?" Jianchen clasped his fist and asked in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. "Jianchen, this person has already reached early God. You have to be careful." Fairy Haoyue's voice rang out in Jianchen's head as well, causing Jianchen's face to become even more stern. Early God. Although Lu Fei was only a single cultivation level higher than late deity, the difference of a single cultivation level was like a chasm. Xinjian became extremely stern as well. From the old man's attitude and reaction, he could already tell that the early god probably would not spare them today. A battle was unavoidable. Coincidence? Ha ha, what a coincidence! Lu Fei was the leader of the 6 godhood experts of my Lu family, as well as one of the elders of my Lu family. It's a pity that he was bribed by a mysterious organization, which made him betray the Lu family. They even gave him a powerful formation disc to trap old man before infiltrating the forbidden grounds of my Lu family and stealing our treasure. When I broke out of the formation, I chased you all the way here, and Lu Fei happened to be killed by the two of you. The treasure that Lu Fei stole from my Lu family must have fallen into the hands of the two of you. Now you're saying that it's all a coincidence. Do you two think that I'm a 3-year-old child who can be easily fooled?" The old man laughed aloud. His gaze towards Jianchen and Fairy Haoyue became even colder. He called out sternly, "Speak, who sent you?" "Senior, we did indeed kill Lu Fei, but we have nothing to do with the organization behind him. I've already said everything. It's up to you whether you want to believe me or not," Jianchen said emotionlessly. He knew that his coincidental encounter with Lu Fei and Lu Fei's death had already been misunderstood by the old man. As a matter of fact, the two of them killing Lu Fei seemed like they were trying to silence him in the eyes of the old man. You still want to quibble? As one of old man's descendants, no one understands Lu Fei's strength better than I do. How could the two of you kill him so easily as a late deity? Moreover, there's even one of you at reciprocity. If old man has guessed correctly, the organization behind Lu Fei has specially sent the two of you to receive him. In order to not raise Lu Fei's guard, they sent a person who hasn't even reached godhood to receive you. Their goal is to make Lu Fei drop his guard, and then use the trump card that the organization behind you gave you to launch a sneak attack on Lu Fei, killing him in the end. That way, not only will you obtain the treasure of my Lu family, but you'll also be able to silence him. There's no need to worry about old man finding the organization behind you. Is that correct, old man? The old man's voice became even colder. His killing intent seemed to boil, reaching the limit. This was because the more he analyzed, the more he found what he said to be reasonable. Although he had seen the traces of battle, he did not believe that Jianchen and Xinjian had killed Lu Fei with their own strength. Instead, they had used the treasures from the organization behind them. Speak, who's the organization behind you? Speak, and old man might spare your lives, but if you don't, old man can only capture the two of you and use various methods to torture you until you're willing to speak. The old man slowly approached Jianchen and Xinjian. He radiated with an extremely powerful pressure that pressed down on Jianchen and Xinjian. There's no point in talking now that it's like this. Do it. Jianchen said to Xinjian secretly. He formed a seal with his hand, and immediately, his body flickered with golden light. A huge, golden sword chi condensed at that moment, stabbing towards the old man with lightning speed. Chapter 1675. At the same time, Shun Jian's presence suddenly changed. His hair and clothes ruffled without any wind as he radiated with extremely powerful sword chi. As he slowly raised the Cloudstream sword in his hand, specks of starlight immediately flickered. At that moment, the space around the Cloudstream sword seemed to transform into a boundless starry sky. A will that splits the heavens, sword shakes, star shatters. Suddenly, Shun Jian bellowed out. The Cloudstream sword violently shook as it slashed out. As it descended, it turned into a visible ripple that extended toward the old man with devastating power. It moved extremely quickly. Wherever the ripple passed by, the ground cracked and dust was kicked into the air. All the withered grass was reduced to dust. A will that splits the heavens was the most powerful sword technique Shun Jian had grasped right now. In the lower world, it possessed the power to destroy stars, but in the Saints' world, all matter was far tougher than on the Tian-Yuan continent. As a result, his devastating sword technique was unable to cause much damage in the Saints' world. So you've both comprehended laws. The old man has underestimated you before, but even with that being the case, you won't be able to escape today, the old man said calmly. He did not take Jianchen and Shun Jian seriously at all. With a wave of his hand, the origin energy in the surroundings immediately surged, condensing into two powerful strands of sword chi in a single instance. They shot toward Jianchen and Shun Jian with surging flames. Boom! Jianchen's Daluo sword technique was directly dispersed by the sword chi casually sent out by the old man. The powerful ripples of energy forced Jianchen into constant retreat. At the same time, the ripple from Shun Jian's sky splits the heavens collided with the old man's sword chi. The ripple immediately twisted before dispersing at a visible rate. This terrifying sword wave, which could easily destroy a star in the lower realm, was broken by the gray-robed old man with a casual strike. Moreover, after breaking the sword wave of the divine sword, the sword chi of the gray-robed elder did not dissipate, but its power was much weaker than before. Then, without slowing down, it turned into a red light and continued to shoot towards Shun Jian. Break the momentum. Shun Jian's expression became extremely grim. With a deep bellow, the Cloudstream sword shone with a dazzling white light, leaving behind an afterimage as it struck the incoming sword chi. Boom! The gray-robed elder's sword beam finally dissipated, transforming into a clump of red flames that exploded in the air. As for Shun Jian, he coughed out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. The difference between their strength was just far too great. One of them was at peak reciprocity, while the other was a god. No matter how talented Shun Jian was, he was unable to make up for the difference that was like an insurmountable chasm. Jianchen no longer cared about Shun Jian. He was extremely stern right now. He formed a seal with his hand and immediately, golden sword chi condensed. He continued to use the Daluo sword against the old man. At the same time, his other hand did not remain idle either. He formed a seal at the same time. It's best if you use all your trump cards. Just these are not enough to threaten the old man, the gray-robed elder said coldly. With a wave of his hand, he broke through Jianchen's Daluo sword effortlessly. It was also at this moment that Jianchen suddenly shone with a dazzling white light. As if he had turned into a bolt of lightning, he charged towards the gray-robed elder with unbelievable speed. In just a single instance, he had arrived before the old man. The old man's eyes suddenly narrowed. At that moment, Jianchen's speed had even surpassed what he could see with his naked eye. Only the senses of his soul could catch a glimpse of him. This speed. The old man was shocked. Jianchen's current speed was just too fast, so fast that he found it rather unbelievable. He was still several hundred meters away a moment ago, yet he had appeared right before him in the next instant like he had teleported. He was rather caught off guard. Spurt! The sword qi condensed at the tip of Jianshan's finger stabbed into the old man's body. However, it encountered a great resistance after only a finger deep, preventing it from going any further. The tremendous energy of a god in the old man immediately stopped Jianshan's sword qi from going any further. At the same time, the old man's hand struck Jianshan's chest heavily. Jianshan immediately paled. Blood sprayed from his mouth as he was blown away like a broken kite. His clothes had been reduced to tatters by the old man's palm strike as well. However, Jianshan did not weaken at all after being injured. Instead, his battle intent became even more intense. His piercing gaze also revealed a hint of madness. As he changed his hand seals, he suddenly came to a halt. His vital energies rose to the peak in a single instant. The power of the laws of the sword condensed around him. Instead of retreating, he advanced. Using himself as a sword, he transformed into a sword of laws, cutting through all the obstructions in the surroundings. He even charged towards the old man with an unstoppable force. The Tai sword technique. The old man's face was extremely sunken. With a cold snort, a red sword appeared in his hand. With a swing of the sword, a fiery red dragon immediately appeared, roaring as it charged towards Jianshan. The madness in Jianshan's eyes became even more intense. Specks of red light flickered in his eyes. Using himself as a sword, he seemed to have turned into a streak of light as he charged fearlessly into the fire dragon. With a boom, the fire dragon immediately exploded, shaking up the surroundings as a powerful energy shockwave. Jianshan vomited a few mouthfuls of blood, but he did not slow down at all. He continued to charge towards the old man. "I've underestimated you," the old man said coldly. The sword in his hand trembled as he stabbed 3 times with lightning speed. Each stab left a terrifying sword wound on Jianshan's body. In particular, the third stab pierced through Jianshan's right shoulder, almost severing his entire right arm. Jianshan's right palm also seemed to have turned into a sword as it stabbed into the old man's chest. His 5 fingers even penetrated the old man's back. His palm was covered in blood, stained with the blood of the divine realm. The old man grunted. Finally, he looked at Jianshan with some sternness. With his full strength, he sent Jianshan flying far away. Afterwards, with a single movement, the old man left behind an afterimage. He caught up to Jianshan in a single moment with his fiery red sword. He stabbed out with lightning speed, aiming for Jianshan's forehead. Shen Jian's face changed when he saw this. He immediately wanted to charge over and stop the old man, but at this moment, a presence filled with evil and destruction erupted from Jianshan. His eyes had completely become blood-red at that moment. Even his hair had become blood-red at a visible rate. Jianshan's sudden change caused the old man's eyes to narrow. The presence of evil and destruction that Jianshan gave off actually made the old man shiver from the bottom of his heart. He felt slightly uneasy. Shen Jian's face changed as well. He stared at Jianshan in disbelief. He had actually sensed the presence of a calamity from Jianshan. What is this presence? The old man was shocked. He could not help but slow down his stab towards Jianshan's forehead, but soon afterwards, his eyes turned cold. His sword immediately stabbed out as a red streak of light without any hesitation. Chapter 1676. At this critical moment, 2 resplendent streaks of light, one violet and one azure, shone from Jianshan. They turned into 2 swords and shot toward the old man. Ding! The 2 swords collided heavily with the old man's red sword, producing the sound of metal clashing. Scattered sword qi flew in all directions with flames in the air, sweeping through the surroundings and creating deep craters in the tough ground. The 2 swords retreated after making contact. They circled around each other and flew above Jianshan's head. Jianshan casually gripped the Ziying sword. His blood-red hair fluttered without any wind as he stared at the old man emotionlessly with his bloodshot eyes. He had completely lost his mind and sense of self. All that was left was an instinctive desire to destroy and kill. His grip on the Ziying sword was also instinctive. Shen Jian stood in the distance as he stared at Jianchen. He was extremely stern because he could not sense any familiar presence from Jianchen at all. All he felt was a sense of unfamiliarity. He had even almost mistaken the current Jianchen for a crisis of the world because the current Jianchen gave him was just too similar to a crisis of the world. Jianchen! Shen Jian bellowed out. His voice was like thunder, exploding in Jianchen's ears in an attempt to wake up Jianchen. He had already guessed that something had probably happened to Jianchen when he was in seclusion in the blood-red cloud. However, Jianchen did not react at all, as if he could not hear Shen Jian's call at all. At the same time, the sword spirit's voices rang out in Jianchen's head as well. They were filled with urgency as they attempted to wake up Jianchen, but it was to no avail as well. Suddenly, with a flash of red light, a vicious flame shot toward Jianchen. The old man wielded a fiery red sword as his presence surged. He charged toward Jianchen with heavy killing intent. At the same time, Jianchen moved as well. He turned into a red blur as he clashed with the old man. Even though Jianchen had lost his mind after becoming demonic, only possessing an instinct to destroy and kill, he was much more powerful than before. Violet and azure sword chi surged in the air with strands of flames, wreaking havoc in the surroundings. It formed powerful ripples of energy that expanded in all directions, causing the ground to sink and dust to rise into the air. The sky became hazy from their battle. For a moment, Jianchen was actually able to match the early god old man with the assistance of the azulate swords. The great difference in strength between the two of them had been made up for all of a sudden. Jianchen constantly used various sword techniques. The Daluo sword, the Tai sword technique, the linear lightning release, and so on had all been used by Jianchen several times. This was not because he had recovered his mind. Instead, he had grasped these sword techniques and was using them instinctively. More and more wounds appeared on Jianchen and the old man. Both of them were covered in blood, but they became fiercer and fiercer as they fought. However, at a closer glance, Jianchen's wounds were several times more than the old man's. Clearly, he was at a disadvantage. However, the strength of Jianchen's chaotic body was on full display at this moment. Even though he had lost his mind, the supreme recovery of his chaotic body was still present. As a result, his wounds actually healed at a visible rate. However, the rate at which he healed was nowhere near as fast as the rate at which his wounds healed. The old man's eyes narrowed at the sight of this. He was extremely shocked. Just what kind of cultivation method is this? It's actually so heaven-defying. Not only does it allow a deity to fight a deity, but even the recovery of the body is so great. If I can grasp this cultivation method. A sliver of greed immediately appeared in the old man's eyes when he thought of this. Although he knew that this cultivation method had its drawbacks, some drawbacks could be accepted and tolerated in the face of rapidly increasing strength. At that moment, the old man's attacks became even more vicious. In just a few short exchanges, he had added a few more vicious wounds to Jianchen's body. In the end, he used his sword to block the twin swords as he used a truth-tier battle skill with his left hand. It transformed into a huge hand and gently pressed against Jianchen's chest with devastating power. The truth-tier battle skill used by a god was nothing to scoff at. With a heavy sound, Jianchen's entire chest exploded. The terrifying power from the truth-tier battle skill wreaked havoc in his body. Not only were his organs destroyed, but even his bones had been reduced to dust. He was extremely heavily injured. Jianchen vomited blood as he fell to the ground in the distance. All his bones had been reduced to dust, so he was powerless to stand up. He lay on the ground limply. However, to his surprise, the heavy injury this time actually allowed his mind to slowly recover its clarity. The blood in his eyes gradually faded, and even his long hair that seemed to be dyed red by blood began to turn black. Very soon, Jianchen emerged from his demonic state and returned to normal. However, when he sensed his wounds, he could not help but smile bitterly. He did not even have the right to stand up. He had no idea how long it had been since he had been so heavily injured. If it were not for the fact that he cultivated the chaotic body, the old man's truth-tier battle skill would have been enough to reduce him to a bloody pulp. His soul would have been wiped out. The old man dripped with the blood of a god as he made his way over to Jianchen. He extended his hand towards Jianchen, wanting to take Jianchen back to the Lu family first before slowly obtaining the heaven-defying cultivation method from him. Seeing how Jianchen was in danger, Shun Jian gritted his teeth and began to use the second move of a will that splits the heavens without any regard for the consequences. He had used the second style once when he was dealing with the calamity of the world in the lower world. At that time, he had paid a heavy price to use the second style. However, he had no other choice but to continue using the second style in the current situation. A will that splits the heavens, mere origin energy, piss off for old man. However, Shen Jian did not have the time to use the second move at all. The old man directly sent a strand of sword qi over, piercing Shen Jian's body. Shen Jian was immediately blown away as he vomited blood. His face paled. The old man did not even glance at Shen Jian. All he could see was Jianchen. He directly reached towards Jianchen in excitement. Just as the old man was about to grab Jianchen, a cold light suddenly flashed through Jianchen's eyes. Suddenly, a dazzling white light shone from Jianchen. A strand of white sword qi that was only the length of a finger suddenly appeared above his head. The sword qi seemed small and insignificant, but the moment it appeared, the surroundings immediately began to churn. The docile origin energy became violent at that moment as streams of energy wreaked havoc in the air. Even the omnipresent power of laws became rather disorderly at that moment. What is this? The old man's hand that was reaching towards Jianchen came to a halt. He stared at the small strand of sword qi that hovered above Jianchen's head in shock. He actually sensed a terrifying power from the strand of sword qi. The power was so great that it was enough to destroy him. Without waiting for the gray-robed old man to think, the finger-sized white sword qi turned into a white light and shot towards the gray-robed old man like lightning. The moment the sword qi shot out, the air seemed to stop flowing and time seemed to stop as well. Everything in the world fell silent. Only the strand of sword qi shone with a dazzling white light, replacing the scorching sun. It became the only thing in the world, destroying origin energy and slicing through the laws as it shot forward. Even though the gray-robed old man was a god, he was unable to dodge this strand of sword qi. He immediately tossed out several discs as quickly as he could. Each disc was a powerful defensive treasure. They formed barriers of light that enveloped the gray-robed old man. However, when the profound sword qi came in contact with the discs, the defensive treasures became as fragile as tofu. They were silently reduced to dust, and the profound sword qi passed through the old man's body. The old man's presence rapidly withered as he constantly vomited blood. His face was sheet white. The moment the profound sword qi passed through his body, not only did he suffer an unprecedented injury, it even wiped out a portion of his vitality, a portion of his cultivation, and a portion of his soul at the same time. Especially the gray-robed old man's chest, a huge hole had silently appeared. The flesh and blood inside had already disappeared, and it looked ferocious and terrifying. The old man looked at Jianchen in shock. He endured the weakness and pain in his soul as he pulled out a formation disc from his space ring without any hesitation and tossed it at his feet. With a flash of light, he fled. He needed to flee. The injuries from the profound sword qi were just too heavy. Even though he managed to survive, he no longer had the power to use his cultivation. In particular, the pain from his soul made him feel like he could faint at any time. He was as weak as a mortal right now. If he did not flee, only death would await him. Chapter 1677. Jianchen lay on the ground feebly. His face was pale and extremely weak. Although the profound sword qi was very powerful, using it was anything but easy for him. Right now, he felt like the power of his soul had been completely drained. His head felt heavy and slightly painful. Even his consciousness blurred. He could pass out at any moment. Using the profound sword qi drained the power of his soul even more. If he had used the profound sword qi when he was in peak condition, the power of his soul would not have been completely drained. However, the battle earlier, especially after he became obsessed, had drained the power of his soul to a certain extent. As a result, he almost ran out of power when he used the profound sword qi at the very end. Jianchen stared at the old man who had vanished with a hazy consciousness. Finally, he could not hold on any longer. His head felt heavy and he fainted. On the other side, Shun Jian struggled to his feet. He pulled out a jade bottle from his space ring and poured a few pills into his mouth. Afterwards, he staggered over to Jianchen and fed him a few pills as well. Then, he picked up Jianchen and flew off in a shaky manner. Shun Jian did not know if there were any other godhood experts of the Lu family in pursuit. Now that Jianchen was unconscious and he was heavily injured, it was possible that the two of them would die here if anything happened. As a result, he carried Jianchen and fled as quickly as he could. Shun Jian's wounds healed extremely slowly. He was just too heavily injured, and he had been injured by a god. This made it even more difficult for him to heal. Even though he had ingested some pills, it only stopped his wounds from worsening. Red light flickered around his wounds as well. The red light was the remnant power of the laws of fire left on Shun Jian's wounds when the gray-robed old man had injured him. The power of laws was even more powerful than origin energy. It was the symbol of godhood. If regular origin realm experts were injured by the power of laws, it would be fatal. However, since Shun Jian had also grasped the laws of the sword and his comprehension of laws was no weaker than the old man's, the power of the laws of fire did not pose as great of a threat to Shun Jian as he had imagined. As a matter of fact, the power of the laws of fire in Shun Jian's body was no longer able to cause any further harm to Shun Jian under the suppression of his laws of the sword. However, he was in a hurry to flee, so he did not have the extra energy to deal with the laws of fire. He could only suppress them for now. Shun Jian lowered his head to look at Jianchen. When he discovered that the power of the laws of fire in Jianchen's wounds was gradually fading, a sliver of surprise and envy immediately appeared on his face. He sighed in amazement. "I really wonder what kind of cultivation method you practice. You actually have such a great body and recovery ability. Just the recovery of your body alone has depleted the laws of fire." Shun Jian had already praised Jianchen's chaotic body more than once. In the past, Jianchen was even slightly weaker than Xiongzhong, but he managed to use his tough body and incredible recovery ability to repel Xiongzhong. Afterwards, he fought against Jianchen in outer space, splitting the moon in half. At that time, his strength was clearly greater than Jianchen's, but Jianchen had also used the strength of the chaotic body to put up a good fight against him. In the end, both of them ended up heavily injured. But now, the great defense and recovery of his chaotic body had caught up to the damage of the laws of fire in his wounds. He even used his recovery ability to deplete the power of the laws of fire bit by bit. Shun Jian flew from day to night with Jianchen, and then from night to dawn. After flying for a day and a night, even Shun Jian had no idea just how far they had traveled. He only knew that he had crossed the plains. Traveling in the Saints' world was much more difficult than traveling on the Tian-Yuan continent. Not only was speed restricted, but it was also extremely exhausting. Shun Jian had gone through a great battle before being heavily injured. After such a long journey, it was already difficult for him to continue. In the end, they stopped beside a small lake. "I need to purge the remaining power of the laws of fire from my wounds as soon as possible, or they won't heal." Shun Jian lay on the ground as he breathed heavily. He no longer had the power to continue traveling. Afterwards, He immediately closed his eyes and mobilized the power of the laws of the sword to purge the laws of fire from his wounds. The laws of fire were no longer the opponent of Shin Jian's laws of the sword without any new power. They were completely purged very soon. Shin Jian's head felt heavy after purging the laws of fire, and he fell asleep. Before long, the sound of something whistling through the air suddenly rang out. A flying vehicle that was several hundred meters long flew over. Several dozen black-clothed men stood around the vehicle emotionlessly like guards. Every single one of them possessed powerful presences, having actually reached the origin realm. At the very front of the flying magical treasure stood two women in luxurious clothes. Both of them were as beautiful as fairies, possessing a peerless appearance that would cause hundreds of flowers to pale in comparison. However, from their expressions and gazes, it was not difficult to see that one of them was mature and steady, while the other was filled with mischief and liveliness. Sister Shiyu, we only have a day before we return to the Mo clan. It's already been a few years since I've seen Father, so I really do miss him. I want to return to the Mo clan as soon as possible. I wonder if Father likes the gift I've specially prepared for him, the lively and playful girl said. The lively and mischievous woman said in a crisp voice. There was a trace of attachment on her face. The woman called Shiyu smiled. Foster father loves you so much, so how could he not like a gift that you've prepared with such meticulous care? But you, Emoyen, the young master of the Audiobook sword sect, came to propose marriage to you several years ago. What do you think? Humph, I don't want to become partners with the young master of the Audiobook sword sect. Sister Shiyu, you have no idea how much I hate that young master. I feel uncomfortable as soon as I see him. If he wants me to become his partner, I might as well just die. Emoyen frowned and pouted. Emoyen frowned and pouted. As soon as she mentioned the young master of the Audiobook sword sect, undisguised disgust appeared on her face. The Liu family is getting closer and closer to the Ando clan now. If our Mo clan doesn't form a faction, it'll be very disadvantageous for us. Father agreed to your marriage with the young master of the Audiobook sword sect to rope in the Audiobook sword sect. After all, the Audiobook sword sect has a god as well, Shiyu sighed gently. Her face was filled with helplessness. I don't care. I just don't want to become partners with the young master of the Audiobook sword sect. Emoyen snorted gently with a sliver of stubbornness. Suddenly, Emoyen's eyes narrowed. She stared at the ground below and said, Sister Shiyu, look. There are two injured people down there. I can sense that they're still alive. Let's go down and save them. Look at how they're covered in blood. How pitiful. Emoyen's eyes were filled with pity as well as some pity and sympathy. Shiyu glanced down indifferently. She was not moved at all. Instead, she said to Emoyen, Emoyen, have you forgotten what I told you in the past? There's killing everywhere in the saints' world. Grievances and grievances are not as simple as you imagine them to be. If you move about the saints' world in the future, you'll see even more scenes like this. You can't save just anyone. Not only will some people not feel grateful when you save them, but they'll even stab you in the back at a crucial moment. There are also some people who will cause great trouble for you and your clan if you save them. Emoyen hugged Shiyu's arm and said coquettishly, I know. But Sister Shiyu, look at how pitiful they are. They're bleeding so much and it's not safe outside. They'll definitely be eaten by some wild beasts if they lie here. Let's just help them. We can just leave after they recover. Besides, big Sister Shiyu, weren't you rescued by my father from the outside world? Shiyu jabbed Emoyen's forehead viciously and said, I really can't do anything about you, but just this once. Chapter 1678. The flying vehicle slowly descended, hovering 100 meters above Jianshan and Xinjian. Immediately, two black-clothed guards leapt down from the vehicle. One of them glanced past the space rings on Jianshan and Xinjian's fingers, and greed flashed through his eyes. He murmured, You sure are lucky to have encountered our young miss. With that, the guard grabbed Shin Jian by his clothes and lifted Shin Jian off the ground. His actions were extremely rough. The other guard directly reached for Jianshan's space ring, but as soon as he touched Jianshan's space ring, the guard with Shin Jian pressed down on his shoulder. He said emotionlessly, "It's not like you don't know the young Miss Personality. You'll make her angry if you do that." Only then did the guard pull back his hand unwillingly. He directly grabbed Jianshan by the collar and lifted him up before flying onto the vehicle with the other guard. "How are their injuries? How bad are they? Will there be any lingering effects?" As soon as Jianshan and Shin Jian were taken onto the vehicle, Mo Yan's concerned voice rang out from the side. "Young miss, the two of them are quite heavily injured, but they're still alive." "They shouldn't be dead," the guard replied politely. Shiyu was calm. She stared at Jianshan and Shin Jian for a while. Her indifferent gaze seemed to possess an extremely great penetrative power, allowing her to clearly see through Jianshan and Shin Jian's injuries. Afterwards she frowned and said, "Their injuries are much worse than I imagined. Even with the best medicine, they'll need quite some time to recover. Take them to the cabin first." "Yes, sir," the two guards replied politely before disappearing outside with Jianshan and Shin Jian. Jianshan and Shin Jian lay unconscious in the cabin of the vehicle. No one paid any attention to them, nor did anyone pay any attention to them. It was as if their existence was invisible to the several dozen people on the vehicle. Aside from Mo Yan, who came to check on the two of them curiously and fed them some medicine, no one else appeared. After flying for an entire day, the flying vehicle finally stopped outside a huge estate. The estate up ahead was majestic and grand. Above the main entrance, the two words Missouri Estate were written in flamboyant calligraphy. There were many guards patrolling the Mo clan. The strength of these guards ranged from the Holy Emperor to the Origin Realm. The Mo clan was clearly a powerful clan to be able to use Origin Realm experts as guards. "Ha ha ha, my Yen has finally returned. How have you benefited from your training this time?" A vigorous voice rang out, and a valiant man in blue robes stepped through the air. He directly arrived on the flying vehicle and looked at Mo Yen and Shiyu lovingly. "Greetings to the Patriarch. Greetings to Father." The black-robed guards and Shiyu on the flying magic artifact bowed towards the man. "Father, Yen missed you so much." Mo Yen directly threw herself into the middle-aged man's arms and hugged him tightly. The middle-aged man chuckled. He was filled with love as he gently hugged Mo Yen. He looked at Shiyu and said gently, How has Yen done in the past few years?" Mo Yan's ears perked up, and she immediately turned her head. She looked at Shiyu pitifully as she pleaded with her eyes. Shiyu rubbed her temples in pain when she saw Mo Yen like that. She glared at Mo Yen viciously before saying, "Father, although Mo Yan's results this time were not ideal, she still improved quite a lot. It's just that Mo Yen is a little too kind-hearted. She even saved two unknown people when she returned from the outside." Mo Yen immediately raised her head and looked at the middle-aged man when she heard that. She said pitifully, "Father, the two of them are so pitiful. They lay on the ground covered in blood. If Yen didn't save them, they would have been eaten by the beasts sooner or later. How can Yen just watch them die?" The middle-aged man rubbed Mo Yan's head lovingly and smiled. "Since Yen saved them, you can settle them down in the estate first. However, Yen you have to remember that not just anyone can be saved. Do you understand?" "I know. I know that Father is the best." Mo Yen immediately smiled happily. Just like that, Jianshan and Shin Jian were brought into the Mo clan. They were arranged to stay in a lower classroom. Rooms like that were usually reserved for the servants of the Mo clan. Soon after Jianshan was brought into the room, he slowly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with weakness and exhaustion. He had regained consciousness half a day ago, but he was just too weak right now. The power of his soul had basically been depleted, so he needed to recover as soon as possible. As a result, He chose to continue pretending to be unconscious so that he could recover the power of his soul. He had also heard the conversation between Mo Yen and the patriarch of the Mo clan. The Mo clan. Jianchen looked around and murmured to himself. He checked his wounds and immediately began to heal, restoring the shattered bones in his body. Jianchen was unconscious before, so he was unable to unleash the full recovery of the chaotic body. As a result, his wounds were still extremely heavy. However, now that Jianchen had taken the initiative to heal, the recovery of the chaotic body was immediately on full display. His shattered organs and bones began to regenerate at a visible rate. However, this was the Mo clan. Jianchen did not want to reveal his identity as a Radiant Saint Master, so he did not use Radiant Saint Force this time. A day later, Jianchen's shattered bones had completely recovered, allowing him to move again. Fortunately, he directly sat up on the stone bed and continued to heal. At the same time, the power of his soul slowly recovered as well. However, compared to the recovery of his body, the power of his soul seemed like a snail. Shun Jian lay beside Jianchen. He was still unconscious. The two of them shared the same stone bed. Jianchen and Shun Jian were like droplets of water in the ocean. They did not raise any attention at all. At the same time, no one came to check on them. It was as if no one in the Mo clan remembered them. Jianchen was more than happy to see this happen. Without anyone disturbing him, he could recover his strength in the shortest amount of time possible. As long as he recovered, he would be able to deal with any dangers he encountered in the Mo clan easily. I used the twin swords when I lost my mind. I need to kill the ancestor of the Lu family. Although it's impossible for a god like him to know about the twin swords, he's still a problem. As he healed, Jianchen secretly thought back to his battle with the ancestor of the Lu family. He had already listed the ancestor as a target that he had to kill. Lu Fei stole the Lu family's heirloom. What is the Lu family's heirloom? However, the matter at hand is to heal. Once I recover, I'll slowly look through Lu Fei's space ring, Jianchen murmured inside. At this moment, a series of footsteps rang out from outside. Soon after, the door was pushed open and Mo Yen stood outside in a luxurious white dress. She stared inside curiously with her lively eyes. You're awake? Mo Yen stared at Jianchen in surprise. Jianchen had not cleaned off the blood on him, so it had already dried up. He seemed like a bloody person, but Mo Yen did not find it terrifying. Jianchen slowly opened his eyes and got off the bed. He clasped his fist at Mo Yen at the entrance and said, I am Jianchen. Thank you for saving me, young miss. Mo Yen stared at Jianchen in surprise. She pointed at Jianchen and stammered, You can actually stand up. Sister Shiyu said that you're very heavily injured and that all your bones have disappeared. Even with the best medicine, you won't be able to recover that easily. But it's only been a day. Chapter 1679. Oh, no wonder you recovered so quickly. As it turns out, you still have very high-quality healing pills on you, Mo Yen suddenly understood. She tilted her head and studied Jianchen carefully. She continued, I can't sense any pressure from you at all, so your cultivation must not be very high. You're in possession of such high-quality healing pills with such a weak cultivation. It looks like you're quite extraordinary. A gleam of light flickered through Mo Yan's eyes. A sliver of craftiness appeared in her eyes as she stared at Jianchen with some ill intentions. It was as if Jianchen was no longer a person, but a huge treasure trove. Jianchen could tell with a single glance that Mo Yen was still an inexperienced young lady. He smiled. Young miss, you overestimate me. I only obtained this pill by chance when I accidentally barged into the dwelling of a senior. Although it's very effective at healing, I only have one. You only have one pill like that? I was hoping to get some more from you for my father. Mo Yen was disappointed. Jianchen chuckled aloud when he heard that. He said, It's rare for the young miss to be so filial. In order to repay the young miss for saving me, I will definitely give you a pill like that if I obtain it again in the future. Is that true? Mo Yan's eyes lit up as she immediately became excited. Of course, Jianchen swore. Mo Yan, how many times have I told you? Don't believe everything other people say. Why are you still like this? Humph, how can those high-grade healing pills be so easy to obtain? Every single one of them is extremely valuable. As for the so-called cave dwelling of a senior, that is even more nonsense. Even if we really encounter a senior's cave dwelling in front of us, I'm afraid we won't be able to enter. A rather cold voice rang out from outside as soon as Jianchen finished speaking. With that, Shiyu appeared silently at the entrance. She wore white clothes and her beautiful face was rather cold. She glared at Jianchen with her watery eyes, as if she wanted to see through him completely. Two black-clothed guards followed behind Shiyu. They were both at the Origin Realm, and they stared at Jianchen emotionlessly. Sister Shiyu, why have you come? Mo Yan immediately ran over to Shiyu's side and stuck out her tongue mischievously. Shiyu glared at Mo Yan viciously before saying to Jianchen, "It doesn't matter who you are or why you're injured. Mo Yan has saved you, so I don't wish for you to lie to her." Miss Mo Yan is indeed a kind-hearted person, but I, Jianchen, am not a person who bites the hand that feeds me. I, Jianchen, will remember Miss Mo Yan's saving grace. If there is an opportunity in the future, I will definitely repay you. Farewell. With that, Jianchen carried the unconscious Shen Jian and wanted to leave the Mo clan. Although he had not completely recovered from his wounds and his strength had not returned to his peak, he could at least protect himself. After leaving the Mo clan, he could use Radiant Saint Force to heal faster. He would recover much faster than when he was in the Mo clan. Oi, you haven't even recovered, so how can you leave? It's so dangerous outside and your cultivation is so weak. It'll be very difficult for you to survive outside. Mo Yan refused to let Jianchen leave. She directly blocked the entrance with her arms wide open. In the past, my father saved Sister Shiyu from the outside world. Afterwards, she broke through to deity very quickly and became one of the 6 great elders of our Mo clan. My father's actions back then were praised by my great-grandfather. Now I've saved 2 people from outside after so much difficulty. Although I don't expect you to be as outstanding as Sister Shiyu, I've still done something similar to what my father did back then. This is the first time I've saved someone, so how can you leave just like that? Mo Yan said sadly. She was very dejected. Afterwards, she said to Shiyu, "Sister Shiyu, don't you think I'm really useless? When my father saved people, he was praised by my great-grandfather many times, yet I'm in such a hurry to leave as soon as I wake up after saving them." Shiyu looked at Mo Yan with a slight headache. Before Mo Yan was born, only a few people in the Mo clan knew about her identity. However, ever since Mo Yan was born, she basically told everyone in the Mo clan about her origins with her big mouth, so basically everyone in the clan knew about her. However, Shiyu was unable to get angry when she saw Mo Yan's sorrowful appearance. She had watched Mo Yan grow up. Although they were not related by blood, she had already begun to treat Mo Yan as her own younger sister. You better stay in the Mo clan and heal. It won't be too late to leave after you've recovered. Don't waste Mo Yan's good intentions, Shiyu said to Jianchen. Jianchen hesitated slightly when he heard that. He really had no interest in staying in the Mo clan, as it would delay his recovery. However, when he saw how dejected Mo Yan was, he found it rather difficult to waste her good intentions, so he agreed. He said, "If that's the case, we'll be troubling you for a few more days." Mo Yan immediately smiled from ear to ear. After chatting with Jianchen casually for a while, she left. The patriarch sat before his desk in a study in the depths of the Mo clan. He held a book in his hand as he read it with great interest. Shiyu sat before him very casually. "Father, I feel like the 2 people Mo Yan saved are not as simple as they seem on the surface," said Shiyu. Oh, tell me what you think. What's not simple about them? The patriarch asked calmly, as if he did not care at all. The person called Jianchen is recovering far too quickly. I've checked his wounds before, and they were extremely severe. Even with the best healing pills, he'll need a very long time to recover, yet he's basically made a full recovery in just a short day. Although there are a few pills of very high quality that can achieve the same effect, they're extremely precious and priceless. It's impossible for a person who hasn't even reached godhood to possess a pill like that, said Shiyu. She was unable to tell Jianshen's exact strength, but she could roughly determine that Jianshen was at reciprocity from his presence. It was impossible for him to be at godhood. This was because she was a deity herself. She did not sense the pressure that a deity should possess from Jianshen at all. Shiyu did not even think about becoming a god, because gods were existences that could be considered as ancestors in a clan like the Mo clan. However, Shiyu could tell that Shen Jian was at peak reciprocity with a single glance. There's no lack of people with special fortuitous encounters in the saints' world, so there's no need to worry too much about this. Since Yen has saved them, just let them stay in the clan for now. Let them leave once they've recovered, just in case Yen becomes unhappy, said the patriarch indifferently. That's exactly what I was thinking, said Shiyu. At this moment, the patriarch gently placed down the book in his hand. His face was filled with helplessness, and he sighed gently. Has Yen considered the marriage proposal from the young master of the Automo's sword sect? Father, Mo Yen is very determined. She'd rather die than become the partner of the young master of the Automo's sword sect. Shiyu sighed gently as well. She was filled with helplessness. The patriarch made his way to the window and stared at the trees and grass outside in a daze. He said softly, actually, I don't want Yen to marry the young master of the Automo's sword sect either because he's not worthy of my Yen at all. It's just that the Lu family and the Ando clan are just too close right now. They can work together at any time. Our Mo clan has been forced by the situation to seek allies, or our Mo clan probably won't be able to survive for too long in this region. Shiyu was gloomy. She said in guilt, I'm sorry, father. It's all because of me. It's all because of me that the Mo clan is in danger. Chapter 1680. Father, what should we do next? Must we force Mo Yen to become the partner of the young master of the Automo's sword sect for the sake of the clan? A sliver of sorrow and helplessness appeared on her face. She had watched Mo Yen grow up, and their relationship was like that of sisters. She really could not bear to see Mo Yen marry the young master of the Automo's sword sect. If Mo Yen liked the young master of the Automo's sword sect, then so be it. But Mo Yen did not like the young master at all. She loathed him very much. The patriarch stood by the window quietly as he gazed at the scenery outside. His gaze was deep as he said, Let's try to persuade Yen. If Yen really doesn't want to, we'll give up on the marriage. Father, what if the Lu family and the Ando clan work together against us? What should we do then? Shiyu asked worriedly. A sliver of sharpness immediately flashed through the patriarch's eyes when he heard that. He said coldly, although a part of the reason why the Lu family and the Ando clan are working together against us is because of your extraordinary talent and because they're afraid of you becoming a god, the most important reason is because of the treasure. The treasure has been in the secret possession of our three clans for so many years. Since they want to break the rules and take our share, we can only take them down with us. Since they don't want our Mo clan to obtain it, we definitely won't let them obtain it either. Shiyu was surprised when she heard that. She stared at the patriarch in disbelief. Father, are you going to? That's right. Once the news of Duanmu's divine king's jade spreads, you should be able to imagine just what kind of uproar it will cause. At that time, let alone all the powerful clans in the Dong'an province, even countless experts from the entire divine kingdom of Pingtian will rush over. Before these powerful clans, the Lu family and the Ando clan are nothing. I hope the Liu family and the Ando clan don't force me to do that. Jianshan healed steadily in the Mo clan. Although he did not possess any status in the Mo clan, Jianshan did not mind at all. In his eyes, the Mo clan was only a passerby. He planned on leaving with Xinjian once Xinjian recovered. Xinjian only woke up slowly on the third day. Very soon, he understood the situation from Jianshan and immediately began to heal. During this time, Mo Yen also sent over some medicine. Although the effects were not particularly obvious, Jianshan still accepted them. Afterwards, he used all the medicine on Xinjian to hasten Xinjian's recovery. As Xinjian healed, Jianshan learnt some basic information about the region from Mo Yen. There were a total of 4 peak organizations in the region, and they were the Mo clan, the Liu family, the Ando clan, and the Otomo's sword sect. Every single organization possessed an ancestor who was a god, and they ruled over a region of several tens of millions of kilometers. Many smaller clans and tribes in the region were subordinate to the 4 clans, and they would offer up treasures and various resources every 1,000 years. Above the Mo clan, the Liu family, the Ando clan, and the Otomo's sword sect was the Dong'an province. The Dong'an province was the name of a region that spanned several 100 million kilometers. The territories of the 4 clans were all under the Dong'an lord's control. Jianshan, ask which plane of the 49 planes of the Saints' world we're on? Or one of the 81 great planets? At this moment, Fairy Haoyue's voice rang out in Jianshan's head. Jianshan immediately asked Mo Yen, but Mo Yen became doubtful after hearing that. She asked, what 49 planes? And what are the 81 great planets? I've never heard of them before. Looks like she doesn't know much. She doesn't even know about the 49 great planes and the 81 great planet. If we want to know where we are right now, we need to ask the patriarch of the Mo clan, or even that god of the Mo clan. I can only find the direction to the Moon God Hall if I know where we are right now, Fairy Haoyue said in pity. At this moment, the ancestor of the Liu family, which was also one of the 4 great clans in the region, healed with lingering fear several tens of million kilometers away from the Mo clan. His pale face was sunken. The treasures of my Liu family can't be stolen so easily. It doesn't matter who the organization behind you is, the old man will never let you go. And that traitor Liu Fei, if it weren't for the fact that your soul had been wiped out, the old man would definitely have extracted your soul and tortured you in the cruelest way possible to vent my anger, the ancestor of the Liu family said through gritted teeth. His voice was filled with heavy killing intent. Suddenly, the ancestor of the Liu family raised his hand and drew on the ground with his finger. Very soon, he drew out the portraits of Jianshan and Xinjian according to his memories. At the same time, he removed 2 drops of blood from his body and dripped them onto the portraits of Jianshan and Xinjian. Immediately, the portraits became filled with their presences. The blood came from Jianshan and Xinjian during the battle a few days ago. It was now being used by the ancestor of the Liu family, becoming crucial to finding the 2 of them. Afterwards, the ancestor of the Liu family dug up the stone slab with the portraits of Jianshan and Xinjian. With a wave of his hand, the stone slab was sent out of the secret room. At the same time, he said in a dignified voice, "Send all the people to the various places and search for the 2 of them. Immediately report to me as soon as you receive any news." "Yes, ancestor." A deep voice rang out from outside the secret room. A black figure left with the stone slab before using a special secret technique to make countless copies. Every single copy possessed a sliver of Jianshan and Xinjian's presences. In the Saints' world, not only did a person's appearance matter, but they also needed a person's presence. This was because the population of the Saints' world was just far too great. There were naturally many people who looked exactly the same. At a time like this, it all depended on presences. Humans had the presence of humans, demons had the presence of demons, and immortals naturally had the presence of immortals. Every single person's presence was different, so there was no need to worry about being mistaken. Ando clan, Emo clan, Otomo's sword sect, I hope you're not behind this, or Old Man will definitely wipe out your entire clans. Even if it's one of the powerful clans in the Dong-un province, Old Man won't let you off so easily, the ancestor of the Lu family said with a sunken voice. With a flip of his hand, a jade bottle immediately appeared. Chapter 1681. The ancestor of the Lu family stared at the jade bottle in his hand for quite some time. In the end, he unscrewed the lid painfully and poured out a white pill the size of a longan fruit. As soon as the pill appeared, the entire room was immediately filled with a dense medicinal fragrance. Just a whiff of it was enough to make people feel relaxed and refreshed. Their meridians were unobstructed, and they felt refreshed all over. It was obvious that the grade of the pill was very high. Just the fragrance of the pill was enough to show healing effects. If the pill was consumed, the effects would be even more obvious. The ancestor of the Lu family glanced at the white pill in his hand reluctantly before closing his eyes and ingesting it without any hesitation. His heart ached after ingesting the pill. He had always viewed this pill as a life-saving item because the grade of this pill was extremely high. To a heavenly deity like him, it had the ability to bring the dead back to life. It was equivalent to a second life. He never thought that he would waste it just like that. The Dong-un province was an existence that controlled several 100 million kilometers of the region. Its status was supreme, and all the clans in the region would pay tribute to the province from time to time. At the very center of the province was an extremely large city that had been constructed on a vast plain. The city was extremely majestic, and its walls were several 100 meters tall. From afar, it seemed like a curtain that connected the sky to the earth. It was so long that one could not see the end of it, directly extending to the horizon. This city was the provincial city of the Dong-un province. It was also named Dong-un province. If the 7 capital cities of the Tianyuan continent were compared to the provincial city, they would be like ants compared to elephants. They were not on the same level at all. The provincial city was the symbol of the Dong-un province. Basically, most of the clans that possessed a certain level of strength in the provincial city resided in the provincial city. As a result, the organization in the provincial city was extremely complicated. Who knew how many clans and organizations were mixed in? At this moment, a dignified, middle-aged man in luxurious robes sat in a majestic hall within the provincial city. He sipped tea leisurely as 2 female attendants served him politely. Jean-E greets the patriarch. At this moment, a man in black silently appeared in front of the middle-aged man in luxurious clothes and spoke respectfully. Jean-Yi's appearance caused light to flash through the middle-aged man's eyes. Even with his mental state, he could not help but feel a ripple at that moment. There was even a sliver of anticipation and urgency in his eyes. After ordering the 2 maids to leave, he cautiously laid down a spirit formation in the surroundings before asking, Jean-E, have you obtained the item? Have you dealt with Lu Fei? Reporting to Patriarch, this subordinate has been waiting at the agreed place for several days, but I have not seen any trace of Lu Fei, Jean-E said respectfully. What? The middle-aged man's face sank, and his gaze instantly became sharp. He said in a deep voice, Then did you find out anything from the Lu family? Patriarch, the news of Lu Fei's betrayal did come from the Lu family, but Lu Fei did not seem to have escaped. He was slain by the ancestor of the Lu family, Jean-E replied. Lu Fei, that piece of trash. The formation disc I gave him is enough to trap early gods for 2 days. That's enough time for him to meet up with you, but in the end Lu Tian still caught up to him. Not only did he waste such a precious formation disc for nothing, but he even made the Lu family take precautions. It'll be even more difficult to obtain that item from the Lu family in the future. The middle-aged man was exasperated. With his shrewdness, it was impossible for him to lose control of his emotions, but Lu Fei's fate was just too important to him, so he struggled to remain calm. Jean-Yi hesitated for a moment, then continued, Master, my spies have also found out something. Recently, the Liu family has sent out a large number of people to secretly search for these two people of unknown origin. Jean-Yi took out a scroll and passed it to the middle-aged man. At the same time, he said, I obtained this scroll after killing a clansman of the Liu family. The middle-aged man accepted the scroll and unfurled it. The people in the scroll were Jianchen and Xinjian. After a moment of thought, the middle-aged man ordered Jean-Yi, go and find out why the Liu family is looking for these two people. At the same time, arrange for people to keep a close eye on the Liu family. Remember, you have to do this secretly. You can't let the other organizations in the provincial city discover what we're doing. I know what to do. What about the Mo clan and the Ando clan? Jean-Yi asked. Even the Liu family, which we have the greatest confidence in, has failed. If we move against the Mo clan and the Ando clan, our chances of success will become even slimmer. It's fine if we fail. What I worry about the most is that once we cause too much of a disturbance, we'll attract the attention of the other organizations in the provincial city. It'll be extremely disadvantageous for us. There's no need to worry about the Mo clan and the Ando clan for now. Xinjian sat on the stone bed and healed in an inferior room in the Mo clan. Jianchen sat to one side as he tidied through the space ring he had obtained from Liu Fei. Although there were quite a few things in Liu Fei's space ring, most of them were cheap items that were useless to Jianchen. There were also a few materials that had been appraised by Fairy Haoyue as low-grade or even inferior. They were all worthless. However, Jianchen did not remain silent. He stowed away some low-grade healing pills from Liu Fei's space ring. Aside from that, there were a few truth-tier cultivation methods and battle skills, as well as Liu Fei's personal notes on cultivation. Jianchen only glanced through Liu Fei's personal notes before tossing them away. However, the truth-tier cultivation methods and battle skills were still useless in Jianchen's eyes because they were only at the first grade of the truth tier. They were at the very bottom of the truth tier. Jianchen, you can't move about the saint's world without divine crystals. Divine crystals are condensed from pure origin energy. Not only can they be used for cultivation, but they're also a form of currency in the saint's world. You can exchange these useless truth-tier cultivation methods and battle skills for some divine crystals. Fairy Haoyue's voice rang out in Jianchen's head. Divine crystals? Jianchen's heart skipped a beat when he heard that. He immediately tossed the cultivation method to one side. With a flip of his hand, he pulled out a large handful of thumb-sized crystals from Liu Fei's space ring. Every single crystal shone brightly and hid some pure origin energy. Are these the divine crystals you're talking about? Jianchen asked. Correct, these are divine crystals. Divine crystals are divided into supreme grade, high grade, medium grade, and low grade. These are only low-grade divine crystals, Fairy Haoyue said. Jianchen checked through Liu Fei's space ring carefully and discovered that there were over 1,000 low-grade divine crystals in total. There was not a single mid-grade divine crystal. At this moment, Jianchen's face changed. He pulled out a square box from Liu Fei's space ring and studied it carefully. This treasure box was forged from an unknown material. It was extremely hard, and its surface was densely covered with formations. It emitted waves of powerful energy fluctuations, causing this treasure box to possess a powerful defensive power that even celestial gods would find difficult to break through. Is the thing inside the box the supreme treasure of the Liu family? Jianchen studied the box as he asked. However, at this moment, a powerful energy fluctuation suddenly came from beside him. Accompanying it was an aura that was rapidly rising. A sliver of joy flashed through Jianchen's eyes. He casually shoved the box into his space ring and with a flash, he appeared outside the room. When Jianchen left the room, a layer of formations appeared in the surroundings. They were all regular formations, cast down to protect the building. They possessed a certain level of defense, where even late reciprocity experts would struggle to break through them. However, as soon as the formations appeared, they immediately began to collapse and shatter, reduced to nothingness. Afterwards, Jianxin's room was reduced to dust by a powerful pulse of energy, revealing Shen Jian, who sat on the stone bed. Shen Jian had finally begun to break through to godhood after making a full recovery. Chapter 1682. The powerful presence and ripples of energy from Shen Jian's breakthrough spread through the entire Mo clan in a single instance, shocking everyone. At that moment, whether it was the lowly servants or the esteemed members of the upper echelon, they all stopped what they were doing. They all looked in Shen Jian's direction as undisguised envy and joy filled their faces. Godhood, godhood! Another person has actually broken through to godhood in our Mo clan. This is fantastic. Every time a godhood expert appears, the strength of our Mo clan will increase by a few levels. Many of the senior members of the Mo clan cried out in surprise and joy before flying towards Shen Jian's direction. Aside from the Patriarch's residence, there were 6 other majestic halls in the Mo clan. Every single hall had Origin Realm experts who stood guard there silently. It was more than enough to demonstrate just how great the statuses of the masters of the 6 halls were for them to have Origin Realm experts as guards. They were the godhood experts of the Mo clan, as well as the elders of the Mo clan. At this moment, the 6 elders who cultivated in the 6 halls opened their eyes at the same time. They all looked in Shen Jian's direction with shining eyes. One of the women among them was Shi Yu. Someone has actually broken through to godhood. Fantastic! Our Mo clan has gained another elder now. I wonder who it is? Shi Yu murmured. She immediately stood up and made her way outside. She wanted to see the person who had just broken through. When Shi Yu emerged from the hall, the 5 elders who had been cultivating in the other 5 halls emerged as well. Someone reaching godhood was no small matter to the Mo clan. After all, there were only a few godhood experts in the entire Mo clan, including the Patriarch. As a result, the appearance of a godhood expert was a joyous matter for the Mo clan. That's strange. Why is the presence of someone breaking through to godhood coming from that direction? If I remember correctly, that should be where the servants live. The few godhood elders who had just arrived outside became slightly doubtful. Even early receival cultivators had their own place to cultivate in the Mo clan, let alone late reciprocity cultivators. It was impossible for them to be arranged to stay in the servants' quarters. Godhood experts, even deities, were elders in the Mo clan. They were peak experts, while Origin Realm experts were the backbone of the clan. Even though many Origin Realm experts did not possess great statuses, it was impossible for them to be arranged to live in the servants' quarters. Shi Yu stared in Shen Jian's direction. A thought flashed through her head, and she immediately became surprised and doubtful. There was a sliver of disbelief on her face as she thought, "It can't be him, right? Sister Shi Yu, has someone broken through to godhood? Fantastic, our Mo clan has gained another godhood expert. Sister Shi Yu, let's go see which uncle has broken through to godhood." Mo Yen skipped over from afar. Her face was filled with excitement. Shi Yu nodded and made her way towards Shen Jian with Mo Yen in both surprise and doubt. At this moment, a large number of people had already gathered around Shen Jian. There were servants, guards, and a few members of the upper echelon of the Mo clan who had arrived first. All of them stood in the distance quietly as they stared at Shen Jian. All of them were shocked and surprised. In particular, the upper echelon of the Mo clan felt extremely strange. "Old Zhou, who is this person? Why have I never seen him before? And this is where the servants live. Since this person possesses such strength, why is he still living here? I was just about to ask you, but you asked me first." A deity realm expert actually appeared in the residence of the servant. If word of this were to spread out, many of the members of the upper echelon of the Mo clan communicated secretly. They all stared at Shen Jian in surprise as they were filled with doubt. Jianchen stood to one side with his arms crossed. He mixed in with the crowd, so he did not raise too much attention. However, all of his attention was focused on Shen Jian. At the same time, he observed the surroundings silently. If anyone dared to stop Shen Jian from breaking through, he would strike out without any hesitation. Very soon, the 6 godhood experts of the Mo clan arrived as well. With their arrival, the people in the surroundings all moved aside and looked at them with respect. Even the upper echelon of the Mo clan behaved like that. Isn't he the person I saved? How can he be the one breaking through to godhood? When Mo Yen saw that the person breaking through was actually Shen Jian, her mouth immediately dropped in shock. Disbelief filled her face. She said nothing. She stared at Shen Jian with mixed feelings. She had also never thought that Shen Jian would break through to godhood. Although she could tell that Shen Jian's strength had already reached the peak of reciprocity when Mo Yen saved Shen Jian and Jianchen, she did not take it to heart. This was because there was an insurmountable barrier between the origin realm and godhood. Comprehending the laws of the world and obtaining the key to godhood was countless times more difficult than breaking through from sainthood to the origin realm. Even among 100 peak reciprocity experts, it would be difficult for even one of them to reach godhood. It was exactly because of how difficult godhood was that Shiyu did not take Shen Jian's peak reciprocity cultivation seriously. After all, the Mo clan did not have experts of the same level of cultivation. The 5 other elders of the Mo clan looked around. All of their faces were rather strange. One of the burly, bare-chested men had no idea how to react when he saw this. He smiled gently. I never thought that the fellow who has just broken through would be staying here. How surprising. The patriarch of the Mo clan had also arrived. He knew about the existence of Jianchen and Shen Jian. Originally, he had agreed to let Jianchen and Shen Jian remain in the Mo clan for the sake of his beloved daughter, Mo Yen. Once the 2 of them recovered, he would let them leave. However, with Shen Jian's breakthrough, the patriarch immediately became conflicted. However, the patriarch made up his mind very soon. Determination filled his eyes. If it was a peak reciprocity expert, his Mo clan would not have cared, but if it was a godhood expert, they would try to rope him in no matter what. Whether it was the patriarch or the 6 elders, they all remained there as Shen Jian broke through. None of them left first, nor did they cause any disturbances to disturb Shen Jian. Chapter 1683. Several hours later, Shen Jian's breakthrough finally came to a successful end. As the powerful aura around his body slowly withdrew, his tightly shut eyes abruptly opened at this moment. The moment Shen Jian opened his eyes, a light that seemed almost tangible flashed through his eyes. It possessed an extremely sharp sword intent. When the 6 elders of the Mo clan met his gaze, all of them could not help but shudder uncontrollably. Just from Shen Jian's gaze, the 6 of them felt an invisible pressure. The patriarch's eyes narrowed as well. His gaze towards Shen Jian immediately underwent a drastic change. There was even some sternness in his eyes. This person is not weak. Although he has only just broken through to early deity, there's probably very few early deities who are his opponent, thought the patriarch. Before Shen Jian could reply, he clasped his fist towards Shen Jian with a smile and said, I am the patriarch of the Mo clan, Mo Yen. Congratulations on breaking through to godhood, brother Shen Jian. From today onwards, our Dong and prefecture will have another godhood expert. The patriarch of the Mo clan spoke extremely politely. Coupled with his current expression and attitude, people who did not know better would really believe that the 2 of them knew each other long ago, and that their relationship was quite deep. Shen Jian also clasped his fist towards the patriarch. You're being too polite. There are quite a few godhood experts in the Dong and prefecture. I've only just reached godhood, so I'm not worth mentioning. It's just that we've caused quite a lot of trouble in the past few days that we've been healing in your clan. The patriarch waved his hand and said without minding at all, What trouble? Brother Xinjian is far too polite. It's just that my daughter, doesn't know any better. She actually didn't inform me beforehand that Brother Xinjian would be visiting my Mo clan so that I could properly entertain Brother Xinjian. With that, the patriarch glared at Mo Yin viciously. Mo Yin stuck out her tongue and made a funny face at the patriarch. However, she was overjoyed inside. She had never thought that she would end up like her father, saving a godhood expert from outside. After exchanging some pleasantries with the patriarch straightened his face and said, "I truly feel apologetic for my lack of hospitality this time. May I ask which sect or clan Brother Xinjian comes from? I will definitely pay a visit in the future and personally apologize to Brother Xinjian." Whether it was Jianchen or Xinjian, they both understood that the patriarch wanted to investigate their backgrounds. "I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint the patriarch. We've only just arrived in the Saints' world, so we don't belong to any organization," Xinjian said. The patriarch was surprised when he heard that. He asked in surprise, "You've only just arrived in the Saints' world? Have you come up from a lower world?" "Yes," Xinjian replied. She Yu's gaze narrowed as well. Clearly, there was a trace of doubt in her eyes. On the other hand, the other elders looked at Xinjian with a trace of surprise as well. The patriarch was overjoyed. He clasped his fist towards Jianchen and Xinjian and said, "If you think highly of me, why don't you stay in my Mo clan for now? My Mo clan is small, but we do have a god. We still have a place to stand in the Anong province." Jianchen had never thought about staying in the Mo clan. Now that Xinjian had recovered and reached godhood, he was already prepared to leave the Mo clan with Xinjian. Just when Jianchen wanted to turn down the patriarch's invitation, Xinjian beat him to it. "We just happen to have nowhere else to go, and we're not familiar with the Saints' world either. If the patriarch doesn't mind, we can only trouble you for a few more days." The patriarch rejoiced inside. He waved his hand without minding it at all. "It's no trouble at all. Brother Xinjian and Brother Jianchen can stay in my Mo clan for as long as you want." Just like that, Xinjian and Jianchen stayed in the Mo clan for now. Now that Xinjian had reached godhood, his status in the Mo clan was no longer the same as before. In order to show how much importance he attached to Xinjian, the patriarch constructed a seventh, majestic hall in the Mo clan for Xinjian to cultivate in. Normally, only the elders of the Mo clan could possess such a hall. Aside from that, the patriarch also arranged for a group of Origin Realm experts to guard the surroundings of the hall for Xinjian. Of course, this was not for surveillance. Instead, it was to show off the supreme status of godhood experts in the Mo clan. At this moment, Jianchen and Xinjian sat before each other in the seventh hall of the Mo clan. "Originally, I planned on leaving the Mo clan after you recovered so that I could venture out, but why did you choose to stay? Our comprehension of laws far exceeds our personal strength. As long as we have enough cultivation resources, our strength can rapidly increase. Staying in the Mo clan will only hinder our cultivation," Jianchen asked in confusion. Every step after godhood required a corresponding comprehension of laws. Both he and Xinjian had reached the major achievement of sword origin. That was enough for the two of them to cultivate to God without any obstructions. All they lacked was a tremendous amount of cultivation resources. Although they could also absorb the origin energy between heaven and earth to increase their strength, the speed would be much slower. "Jianchen, the reason why I chose to stay in the Mo clan is because there are still people waiting for us in the lower world. Aside from increasing our strength, we need to gain a firm foothold in the Saints' world in the next 10,000 years so that we can pave the way for the people behind us. The Mo clan is a good choice," Xinjian said. He looked at Jianchen and said, "And you still have some problems with you. Once you lose your mind, you won't be able to distinguish between friend and foe. I won't be able to stop you, and I might even die to your hands." Jianchen fell silent when he heard that. He thought about the people waiting for him in the lower world. Not only was there his wife, but there were also his parents and many good friends. Although he could come across some fortuitous encounters in the outside world, it was also life-threatening. He could die at any time. It did not matter if he died, but if he did, it would be even more difficult for his wife, children, and parents to survive when they came to the Saints' world. Aside from that, the lives of Shangguan-Mu'er newbies, Xiaoling, Xiaojin, the White Tiger, Ruijin, Honglian, Blackfish, and so on in the Bright Moon Divine Hall rested on his shoulders. If he died, all of them could die as well. Jianchen sighed inside. With a flip of his hand, a space ring appeared in his hand. He took out all the low-quality godhood crystals he had obtained from Lu Fei and said, "If I want to break through again with my chaotic body, I need an extremely tremendous amount of energy. These divine crystals are completely useless to me, so take them. We need to increase our strength as quickly as possible right now." Shen Jian held the thumb-sized divine crystals and sensed the pure origin energy within them. His eyes immediately lit up and he said, "If I have enough divine crystals, I can reach mid-deity in the shortest amount of time possible." Chapter 1684. You'll need quite a lot of divine crystals to break through to mid-deity. It won't be easy to gather so many divine crystals in a short amount of time, Jian Chun said after some thought. Afterwards, he took out a few ancient scrolls and said, "Aside from the divine crystals, I've also found a few truth-tier cultivation methods and battle skills in Lu Fei's space ring. However, they're all at the first grade. Take a look and see if there's anything you can use." Shen Jian glanced at the ancient scrolls and said, "The first grade of the truth tier is completely useless to me. Let's just sell these things. They should be able to be exchanged for some divine crystals." "That's exactly what I'm planning to do. I've already heard that there's a relatively large city several million kilometers away from the Mo clan. I'll sell these things tomorrow. I'll get as much as I can so that your strength can increase as quickly as possible. After that, I'll go to the Lu family," said Jianchen. "The Lu family? Do you plan on wiping out the Lu family?" Shen Jian asked. A few days ago, he and Jianchen had almost died to the hands of the ancestor of the Lu family. He also felt resentment towards the Lu family. "The origins of my azulate swords are very extraordinary. Once the news of me possessing the two swords spreads through the Saints' world, I'll be doomed. Last time, when I fought the ancestor of the Lu family, I lost my rationality and used the swords before him. As a result, I need to kill the ancestor of the Lu family, just in case he leaks the news of the swords," Jianchen said coldly. Shen Jian nodded in thought. He could not help but think of the azulate swords that Jianchen carried on his back all the time. He felt extremely curious as well. He wondered just what was so special about the two swords that did not seem particularly impressive to him, such that Jianchen would be so careful with them. The next day, a flying vehicle several hundred meters across slowly rose up from the Mo clan and shot off into the distance. Jianchen and Shen Jian stood with their hands behind their backs on the deck of the flying vehicle. They stood side by side as they studied the vehicle curiously. Aside from them, there were several dozen black-clothed guards on the vehicle. They were all at the origin realm. They were scattered around the vehicle as they watched over it cautiously. Along the way, they would come across a few cultivators from the Saints' world who would immediately show fear and envy as soon as they saw this. They would leave the vehicle without any hesitation. Originally, Jianchen and Shen Jian planned on directly traveling through the air, but when the patriarch learnt that they were going out, he insisted that they take the vehicle no matter what. Not only was the vehicle very fast and did not need to consume origin energy at all, but most importantly, it would show off their status even more. It really is extremely convenient to travel with this. It's completely powered by formations, and it can absorb the origin energy of the world to replenish its energy. It's said that in times of emergency, it can even use divine crystals to activate second-grade formations, allowing it to move even faster. Even deities will struggle to catch up to it, Shen Jian praised as he studied the vehicle. This vehicle isn't cheap. Although it's only a first-grade saint artifact, I've heard Mo Yen say that it's over 100 times more expensive than saint artifacts of the same grade. There are only 2 saint artifacts like this in the entire Mo clan, Jianchen said. A sliver of desire appeared in his eyes. If he possessed a high-grade vehicle, would that not mean that even overgods or divine king experts would struggle to catch up to him? It was basically a treasure for fleeing. Of course, Jianchen could only think about it. A high-grade vehicle was so expensive that it was not something he could possess. At the very least, he did not have the wealth to do so right now. Maple Leaf City was the only large city in a radius of several dozen million kilometers. It was only a few million kilometers away from the Mo clan. The 2 of them arrived outside Maple Leaf City very soon on the flying vehicle of the Mo clan. They stopped the vehicle outside the city and had the several dozen black-robed guards guard it. The 2 of them entered the city without taking any guards with them. Maple Leaf City was extremely large. The entire city was equivalent to the Kingdom of Jessen on the Tian-Yuan continent. With such a large territory, there were naturally many clans of various sizes that split up the territory of the city. Jianchen had obtained a map of Maple Leaf City from the Mo clan before he had come, so he knew the distribution of shops in the city like the back of his hand. As soon as the 2 of them entered the city, they directly made their way to the center of the city along the busy main street. Many people sat on the 2 sides of the street, peddling items of low quality. Various cries rang out constantly. Of course, the people hawking on the streets of Maple Leaf City were not very strong. Almost all of them were Saint Realm warriors. Some of the items they sold were only useful to Saint Realm warriors. Many shops would not buy such low-level items. As Jianchen and Xinjian made their way to the center of the city, they would enter a few shops from time to time. After comparing the prices, they gained a rough understanding of the prices of truth-tier vehicles and battle skills. However, to Jianchen and Xinjian's delight, a first-grade truth-tier cultivation method could actually sell for over 10,000 low-grade divine crystals, while battle skills were even more expensive, selling for several tens of thousands of low-grade divine crystals. The prices had completely exceeded their expectations. In the end, Jianchen sold all the cultivation methods and battle skills he had obtained from Lu Fei in a shop called the Maple Leaf Pavilion in the center of the city. He obtained over 100,000 low-grade divine crystals in total. At this moment, Jianchen's eyes narrowed. He saw an immortal artifact sword on the shelves of the shop. Even though it was only an immortal artifact of the lowest quality, Jianchen's heart skipped a beat when he saw the sword. "Do you have mid-quality saint artifact flying swords for sale here?" Jianchen asked. A sliver of surprise flashed through the eyes of the old man who had just completed the transaction with Jianchen. He studied Jianchen and Xinjian secretly and smiled. "Our Maple Leaf Pavilion is the largest shop in Maple Leaf City, so we naturally have mid-quality saint artifact flying sword. We even have 2 of them, one of the 4th grade and the other of the 5th grade. Do you wish to purchase them?" Chapter 1685. "Let's take a look at these 2 flying swords first," Jianchen said calmly. He could not use the azulate swords in the saint's world, so he needed to prepare another one. Only then could he unleash his full strength. Although the origins of the azulate swords were extraordinary, due to the lack of materials when they were forged, the quality of the swords was not particularly high. They could only be regarded as medium-quality immortal artifacts. If he used other medium-quality saint artifacts, they would not weaken him at all. "Sir, our Maple Leaf Pavilion may have medium-quality saint artifacts, but the price..." The old man behind the counter looked at Jianchen with some hesitation. Jianchen and Xinjian were even selling first-grade truth-tier cultivation methods and battle skills, so he could tell that the 2 of them were not rich. The price of a medium-quality saint artifact was not something the 2 of them could afford. Even if he wanted to look at it, it would be a waste. Most importantly, he could not make a decision on this matter. He needed to ask the manager of the Maple Leaf Pavilion. Jianshan's face sank slightly, and his gaze immediately became piercing. He asked, "Do I need to meet some requirements to look at the medium-quality saint artifacts of your Maple Leaf Pavilion?" The old man immediately trembled under Jianshan's piercing gaze. Even his face changed drastically at that moment, becoming rather pale. He felt like Jianshan's gaze was like two extremely sharp swords. Just Jianshan's gaze was enough to make him feel like he was surrounded by countless swords. His entire body ached as if he would be pierced by 10,000 swords if he moved. "Please calm down, sir. Please calm down. I'll go ask the manager right now." Because the medium-quality saint artifacts are placed on the highest floor of our Maple Leaf Pavilion, they are protected by layers of formations. "Only the manager has the right to take you there," the old man said with a trembling voice. His forehead was covered with cold sweat. His gaze toward Jianshan was filled with fear. He was an early receival expert, so even a peak reciprocity expert would not be able to make him feel so pressured with just a gaze. Godhood. He must be a godhood expert. The old man was secretly shocked. Without any hesitation, he immediately ran off to contact the manager of the Maple Leaf Pavilion. Very soon, the old man walked out with a white-robed, scholarly, middle-aged man. Jianshan looked at the middle-aged man and could tell that he had reached early reciprocity with a single glance. "I am Chu Fei, the manager of the Maple Leaf Pavilion. May I ask if the two of you are here to purchase a medium-quality saint artifact?" The middle-aged man asked Jianshan and Shen Jian enthusiastically. He studied the two of them secretly and discovered that he was unable to see through Jianshan and Shen Jian's strength at all. His heart immediately shivered, and he became even more respectful. "Take us there first," said Jianshan. "Two guests, please follow me." The middle-aged man made an inviting gesture to Jianshan and Shen Jian before leading the two of them to the top floor of the Maple Leaf Pavilion. The defenses of the top floor were extremely tight. It was surrounded by layers of formations, including illusions, killing, and defensive formations. Jianshan could not help but glance at it a few more times. With the strength of these formations, they'll be able to last for a while even if they're attacked by deities. Although they won't be able to threaten the lives of deities if they're trapped, escaping won't be easy, Jianshan thought. At this moment, the middle-aged man opened the formations with a secret technique and led Jianshan and Shen Jian in. The fourth floor of the Maple Leaf Pavilion was very spacious and empty. There were only 6 items in the quiet hall, unlike the first floor, which was filled with all sorts of rank 5 items. Jianshan glanced over and discovered that the 6 items were basically all weapons. 3 of them were medium-quality saint artifacts, while the other 3 were low-quality saint artifacts. They were extremely close to medium-quality saint artifacts. Jianshan did not pay too much attention to the other saint artifacts. His gaze landed on the 2 medium-quality saint artifact swords, and it seemed like all of his attention had been drawn away. The 2 swords were over a meter long and 2 fingers wide. One of them was completely fire-red and shone with red light. It seemed like a roaring flame. This is a fire-attributed saint artifact. If an expert who has comprehended the laws of fire uses this sword, their strength will increase drastically. Of course, even if they've comprehended the laws of other elements, they can still use this sword. They just won't be able to unleash the full power of the sword, the manager introduced from the side. He was extremely enthusiastic. In reality, his attitude had changed drastically after learning that Jianshan and Shen Jian were extremely likely to be godhood experts. Jianshan only stared at the fire-attributed sword for a while before losing interest. He looked at the second sword. The second sword was completely silver-white. It shone with a hazy, white light. To no surprise, it was a 5th-grade saint artifact. On the other hand, the red flying sword was also a medium-quality saint artifact, but it was a 4th-grade saint artifact. "Manager Chu, May I ask how much this sword is for? Jianchen stared at the sword and asked without even looking back. This sword is called Flying Snow. It was personally forged by the artifact forging master Xen known from the Dong'an province. At the same time, it's the most precious item in our Maple Leaf Pavilion. It's known as the treasure of the pavilion, and it's priced at 100,000 mid-grade divine crystals, said the manager. After a moment of thought, Jianchen said, Manager Chu, can you keep the Flying Snow sword for me? I'll come back in a few days to buy it. 100,000 mid-grade divine crystals were equivalent to 10 million low-grade divine crystals. All the divine crystals on Jianchen right now only amounted to just over 100,000 low-grade divine crystals. It was nowhere near enough to buy the sword. However, Jianchen was a godhood expert after all. He could even put up a fight against early gods. Obtaining 100,000 mid-grade divine crystals was only a matter of time. Of course. In reality, the Flying Snow sword has already been in our Maple Leaf Pavilion for over 1,000 years. No one has ever bought it, so it won't be a problem to keep it there for a few decades or even a century. It looks like the Flying Snow sword will be able to find its owner very soon, the manager said in an extremely straightforward manner. Jianchen and Xinjian left Maple Leaf City with over 100,000 low-grade divine crystals. Afterwards, they returned to the Mo clan on their flying vehicle. Jianchen gave all the low-grade divine crystals to Xinjian so that he could assist Xinjian in increasing his strength. Once Xinjian reached early deity or late deity, he would be prepared to move against the ancestor of the Lu family. After Jianchen and Chu Li left Maple Leaf City, the manager of the Maple Leaf Pavilion stood before the city lord politely within the city lord's estate. He told the city lord everything that had happened in the Maple Leaf Pavilion without hiding anything. The city lord of Maple Leaf City was a middle-aged man with a dignified bearing. There was a faint aura of the divine realm emanating from him. After listening to the chief steward's report, he fell into a short contemplation. They only wanted the Flying Snow sword? A while later, the city lord asked sternly. Indeed. They only wanted to buy the Flying Snow sword. They didn't seem to have enough divine crystals on them, so they didn't buy the Flying Snow sword on the spot. They even told me to keep the sword for now. They'll come back in a few days to buy it, the manager said politely. The city lord waved his hand and said, All right, I understand. You're dismissed. After the manager left, the city lord flipped his hand, and a jade mirror immediately appeared. As he formed a seal, the jade mirror immediately flickered with light. A while later, the face of the patriarch of the Mo clan appeared. Brother Mo, the two people you spoke of have taken a fancy to the Flying Snow sword of my Maple Leaf Pavilion, but they're embarrassed, so they haven't bought it. Do you want this Flying Snow sword? The city lord smiled at the patriarch of the Mo clan. Yes, of course I want it. I'll send people to collect it right away. However, Brother Feng, we've known each other for several thousand years after all. You can't take advantage of me with the price of the Flying Snow sword, the patriarch chuckled. Of course, of course. At the same time, a black figure appeared outside the room where the ancestor of the Lu family cultivated silently. He said politely, Ancestor, I've received news about the two people you wanted me to find. They appeared in Maple Leaf City recently, and they rode the flying ship of the Mo clan. Chapter 1686. As the ancestor of the Lu family roared out furiously, the heavy stone door to the secret room slowly opened with a heavy rumble. The gray-robed ancestor of the Lu family slowly made his way out with a sunken face. With every step he took, his presence would increase by a level. By the time he had completely emerged from the secret room, his presence had already flooded the surroundings, enveloping the entire sky and the entire Lu family. He had completely recovered from the wounds he had suffered at Jianchen's hands a few days ago. Not only that, but his strength had even reached his peak as well. He had even made great progress, reaching the peak of early god. He was only a step away from mid-god. All he lacked was the comprehension of laws. When the ancestor's presence enveloped the entire Lu clan, the faces of the patriarch and all the elders of the Lu clan changed. All of them could clearly sense the ancestor's fury through the presence. In particular, the presence hid a bone-chilling killing intent that chilled all of them to the bone. The ancestor is summoning us. The patriarch of the Lu family stared at where the ancestor cultivated. He was extremely stern, and with a flash, he vanished in a single instance. He had hurried over as quickly as he could. At the same time, all the elders of the Lu clan hurried to the Lu clan's ancestor's place of seclusion. The ancestor of the Lu family stood outside the secret room with his hands behind his back with a sunken face. Several figures flashed before him. The patriarch of the Lu family and all the elders of the Lu family had basically arrived at the same time. Greetings to the ancestor. The patriarch of the Lu family and the 8 elders bowed towards the ancestor of the Lu family. The ancestor of the Lu family glanced past everyone coldly and said, "Old man has already investigated. Lu Fei's betrayal is related to the Mo clan. The Mo clan bribed Lu Fei and made him steal the treasure of our Lu family. Our treasure has ended up in the hands of the Mo clan now." What? It was actually the Mo clan? We were just about to work with the Ando clan to deal with the Mo clan, but we never thought that the Mo clan would move against us first. Ancestor, we have to make the Mo clan pay for this, an elder said coldly. The patriarch of the Lu family's gaze became cold as well. He said, "It looks like the Mo clan has become bolder with the addition of Shiyu. They've actually extended their hands to our Lu family. Ancestor, I suggest we move against the Mo clan immediately. We can't give them any more time to catch their breath. Shiyu's talent is very great, and she cultivates extremely quickly as well. If we keep wasting time like this and Shiyu becomes a god, we'll only end up suffering heavy losses even if we work with the Ando clan. It won't be worth it." The patriarch is right. Ancestor, hurry up and give the order. We can't give the Mo clan any time to catch their breath. The other elders all requested for battle. They were all furious. The Mo clan had actually stolen the treasure of their Lu family. This could not be forgiven. No, we can't move against the Mo clan right now. Another mysterious expert has appeared in the Mo clan recently. He's very powerful. Old man fought with him a few days ago, and both of them ended up heavily injured, the ancestor of the Lu family said with a sunken face. What? The Mo clan has gained another god? The patriarch and several elders of the Lu clan were shocked. To them, this was the worst news they could get. No, he's not a god. Although old man can't see through his cultivation, he can tell that he's still a deity from the battle. It's just that his comprehension of laws is no weaker than old man's. Of course, that's not enough for him to heavily injure old man. What truly injured old man was that he used an extremely powerful secret treasure in the end, said the ancestor of the Lu family. His face was uneasy. Before anyone could say anything, the ancestor continued, "The Mo clan has gained an expert like that. If we want to deal with them, we need to come up with a perfect plan. We can't act recklessly, or not only will we fail to destroy the Mo clan, but our Lu family will be doomed instead. You can leave first. Prepare for battle against the Mo clan." The patriarch and all the elders of the Lu family left. "Send out everyone to keep a close eye on the Mo clan's every movement. Remember to keep it a secret. Don't let the Mo clan discover anything," said the ancestor of the Lu family. "Yes, sir." The black figure replied politely. After bowing to the ancestor of the Lu family, he vanished into thin air. The ancestor of the Lu family stood where he was with his hands behind his back. He thought about the battle with Jianchen a few days ago. Whenever he thought about the profound sword chi that Jianchen had used in the end, fear would immediately appear in the ancestor's eyes. There was also a sliver of fear. What was that? Was it some secret treasure that old man doesn't know about? Or was it some kind of powerful technique? The ancestor of the Lu family murmured. Even now, He still had no idea what Jianshan's profound sword chi was. 7 majestic halls stood silently in the Mo clan. Origin realm guards stood around every single one of them, silently guarding the place. Only godhood elders of the Mo clan could live in halls like these. Shen Jian currently sat on a jade bed in the 7th hall. He held over a dozen thumb-sized low-grade divine crystals in each hand. Shen Jian rapidly absorbed the pure origin energy within the divine crystals, turning into strands of pure energy that entered Shen Jian's body, becoming a part of his cultivation. There was not a lot of origin energy within the low-grade divine crystals. Very soon, the divine crystals shattered from the loss of all their origin energy. Shen Jian slowly opened his eyes as well. He looked at Jianshan, who sat before a table nearby and ate leisurely. He said, "The origin energy that these low-grade divine crystals can provide is extremely limited. If I want to break through to mid-deity, just over 100,000 of them will be nowhere near enough. As a matter of fact, they're not even a 10th, or even a 100th, of the origin energy I need to reach mid-deity." Jianshan was not surprised by that. Over 100,000 low-grade divine crystals sounded like a lot, but in reality, it was only equivalent to over 1,000 mid-grade divine crystals or around a dozen high-grade divine crystals. Chapter 1687. Due to a slip of the pen in the previous chapter, I misstated that the ancestor of the Lu family was an early deity. The light in Shen Jian's eyes immediately flickered when he saw the box in Jianshan's hand protected by layers of formations. He was extremely curious about the treasure of the Lu family. These formations are indeed very powerful. If I were alone, it would be extremely difficult for me to get through them, but if we work together, we'll be able to get through them in a single day, said Jianshan. With that, a dazzling white light immediately appeared in his right hand. It condensed into a powerful strand of sword chi in a single instance, which he pressed against the box loudly. Powerful origin energy pulsed within the white light. He directly used his cultivation as a deity and the power of the laws of the sword to fend off the formations on the box. This is the Mo clan. Be careful of controlling your power. Don't alarm anyone else, said Jianshan. He also began to condense the power of the laws of the sword in his right hand, condensing it into a dazzling sword just like Shen Jian. He attacked the formations on the box. The formations on the box immediately began to flicker when the two of them attacked. All the formations were activated at that moment, unleashing their greatest power. They formed powerful defenses that blocked the attacks from Jianshan and Shen Jian. At the same time, the origin energy in the surroundings was drawn in by the formations, rapidly gathering towards the formations on the box. It was constantly absorbed by the formations to replenish their energy. After all, in order for a formation to function, it also required energy. Although the formation on the treasure box could last for quite some time on its own, there were many formations set up on the treasure box, and one of them just so happened to be a formation that gathered origin energy. As soon as the formations on the box began to absorb the origin energy in the surroundings, Jianshan understood that it was impossible for them to not attract the attention of the Mo clan. The formations on the box gathered the origin energy extremely quickly. Let alone godhood experts, even all the origin realm experts in the Mo clan could clearly sense the changes in the origin energy in the surroundings. However, Jianshan and Shen Jian did not stop because of this. Instead, they began to work as hard as they could to get through the formations on the box. This was because the hall they resided in was equivalent to Shen Jian's personal residence. Without Shen Jian's permission, even the patriarch could not enter as he wished, let alone the other elders of the Mo clan. After all, godhood experts possessed extremely great statuses in the Mo clan, even if they had only just reached godhood. As expected, as the changes in the origin energy in the surroundings appeared, the elders who were cultivating in the other halls all opened their eyes. They looked towards the 7th hall. Looks like Shen Jian's talent is very impressive. He can actually cause such a disturbance when he cultivates. His rate of absorbing origin energy is nowhere close to mine. Absorbing origin energy? Sigh, it's already been several thousand years since I've experienced something like this. I've already been stuck at mid-deity for several thousand years. It's just a pity that I've never been able to make any progress in my comprehension of laws, allowing me to reach late deity. The elders of the Mo clan murmured. They mistook the disturbance from Shun Jian and Jianshan's work as Shun Jian was cultivating. At the same time, the patriarch looked towards Shun Jian's residence. He could not help but sigh in admiration as he sensed the rate at which origin energy gathered. I really was right. Shun Jian's talent really is extraordinary. Aside from you, there's probably no one else in our Mo clan who can match him. I need to rope him in. If he becomes the 7th elder of our Mo clan, perhaps we'll have enough strength to move into the provincial city in 1,000 years. That's only if the Lu family and the Ando clan don't make trouble for our Mo clan. In a mountain range several million kilometers away from the Mo clan, there was a dense cluster of buildings. They were made of black bricks and white tiles, as well as jade buildings. There were pools of clear water and mist lingering in the air. Cranes flew in the sky while precious spiritual beasts ran on the ground. They would cry out from time to time. From afar, it seemed like a paradise. This was where the Ando clan resided. The Ando clan was the same as the Mo clan, the Lu family, and the Otomo's sword sect. They were one of the 4 great powers in the region. However, compared to the other 3 organizations, the Ando clan was extremely particular about where they lived. Under their purposeful arrangements, the Ando clan seemed like a paradise. Of course, the Ando clan had paid quite a hefty price to make the clan like this. At this moment, the ancestor of the Lu family sat with a ruddy old man in a secret room within the Ando clan. They were talking sternly. The ruddy old man was the ancestor of the Ando clan, Ando Gu. What? The treasure of your Lu family has already ended up in the hands of the Mo clan? Lu Tian, is this true? The ancestor of the Ando clan, Ando Gu, stared at the ancestor of the Lu family in shock. Disbelief filled his face. The ancestor of the Lu family's face sank. Heavy killing intent filled his eyes as he said coldly, Ando Gu, do you think old man would joke about something like this? The Mo clan secretly bribed Lu Fei. Lu Fei used a powerful formation disc to trap old man before stealing the treasure and escaping. However, when Lu Fei fled from our Lu family, he was already heavily injured. When he met up with the people of the Mo clan, they took the treasure from Lu Fei before killing him. They wanted to silence him. That way, our Lu family would have no idea who bribed Lu Fei. However, the Mo clan never thought that old man would break through the formation in time and catch up. He learned who the mastermind was, so their plan to steal the treasure from our Lu family without anyone knowing fell through. Ando Gu became stern when he heard that. He said furiously, I never thought that the Mo clan would be so ambitious. They've gone too far. The ancestor of the Lu family stared at Ando Gu and said sternly, since the Mo clan has already extended their hand to our Lu family, there must be people they've bribed in your Ando clan as well. Perhaps some of your godhood elders have already joined the Mo clan and are secretly watching over the treasure of your Ando clan. Once the opportunity arises, your Ando clan will suffer the same fate as our Lu family. Ando Gu slammed the table viciously and snorted coldly. It looks like the Mo clan has grown up with the addition of Shiyu. They want to fend off our 2 clans all by themselves. No, the Mo clan doesn't just have Shiyu. They also have a mysterious godhood expert. It was this mysterious godhood expert who took the treasure from Lu Fei. Old man fought with him, but he failed to gain any advantage. We failed to retrieve the treasure either, the ancestor of the Lu family said emotionlessly. Ando Gu was surprised. What? The Mo clan actually has such a powerful expert, where even you failed to gain any advantage. Just where did the Mo clan recruit them from? Chapter 1688. Ando Gu gently tapped the jade table before him as the light in his eyes flickered. His face was uneasy as he weighed just how great of a loss the Ando clan would suffer if they started a war with the Mo clan right now. However, Ando Gu only hesitated for a while before finally making up his mind. He stared at the ancestor of the Lu family with shining eyes and said sternly, "Lu Tian, when do we move against the Mo clan?" Ando Gu also understood the severity of the matter. If Shiyu had not appeared in the Mo clan, if they did not have that powerful, mysterious expert, the Ando clan and the Lu family could take their time in dealing with the Mo clan and minimize their losses. However, with Shiyu's appearance and the mysterious expert's existence, the Mo clan's overall strength had increased by a lot. If they continued to delay their plans, the Mo clan would become even more difficult to deal with once Shiyu became a god. Even if they worked together, they would not be the Mo clan's opponent. As a result, they had to bring forward their plans against the Mo clan, and the sooner, the better. After a moment of thought, the ancestor of the Lu family said, "Before we move, we need to make sufficient preparations to prevent anyone from the Mo clan from escaping. We also can't let the Mo clan leak the news of Duanmu Divine King's Jade. To do that, we need a formation that can envelop a radius of 10,000 kilometers, and the formation needs to be able to withstand the attacks of God. There's no such powerful formation in the Dong'an province, so I need to go to the royal capital. The royal capital is very far away from here, so a round trip will probably take quite some time." Lu Tian set off immediately. "If you don't have enough divine crystals, my Ando clan can provide you with some," said Ando Gu. With a clear crack in the 7th hall of the Mo clan, Jian Chun and Xin Jian worked together. After an entire day, they finally destroyed all the formations on the box. With the destruction of the formations, the origin energy that constantly gathered towards them came to a halt as well. It gradually returned to its original state. The elders and patriarch of the Mo clan only believed that Xin Jian had stopped cultivating when this happened, so they did not think too much about it. This was because a godhood expert would indeed cause a disturbance like this when they absorbed origin energy to cultivate. In the past, when the god ancestor of the Mo clan absorbed origin energy to cultivate, the disturbance was even greater. Jianchen and Xin Jian both looked at the box in their hands eagerly. What was inside was a treasure of the Lu family. The value of the item inside was obvious when it could be considered a treasure by a clan with a god. Is it a cultivation method? A battle skill? An artifact? Or is it some other valuable item? At that moment, both Jianchen and Xin Jian began to guess inside. Afterwards, under their eager gazes, Jianchen slowly opened the box. The moment the box was opened, a dazzling light shot out. Mixed within the light was a mysterious aura that caused people's souls to tremble violently. It spread out in all directions. Fortunately, Jianchen and Xin Jian were prepared before they opened the box. They cast down layers of formations in the surroundings to prevent the presence from leaking out. Inside the box there was a dark green ancient jade that was about half the size of a palm. It was emitting a dazzling and brilliant light. The ancient jade had an irregular shape. At a glance, one could tell that this jade was incomplete and incomplete. "This is the treasure of the Lu family?" A sliver of surprise appeared in both Jianchen and Xin Jian's eyes as they stared at the jade. Jianchen could not help but extend his hand to pick up the jade. However, as soon as his hand came in contact with the jade, a shocking pulse that made his soul tremble immediately radiated from the jade. It made his body tremble violently. The presence was just far too powerful and shocking. Even with Jianchen's current strength, he felt like he was as weak as an ant before the presence. This piece of jade is not simple. Jianchen became stern. He stared at the jade for a while before handing it to Xin Jian. Xin Jian held the jade as his body trembled violently. Shock filled his eyes. Clearly, he experienced the same thing as Jianchen. This contains the power of the Divine King's soul. Suddenly, Fairy Haoyue's voice rang out from nowhere. The power of the Divine King's soul? Jianchen and Xin Jian immediately became surprised when they heard that. This jade was clearly left behind by a divine king. The power of the soul he left in the jade has already fused with the jade, causing it to change. It's just a pity that the jade is incomplete, said Fairy Haoyue. Fairy Haoyue, do you know what this piece of jade is used for? Jianchen asked humbly. There were many things he did not know about the saint's world, while Fairy Haoyue was a knowledgeable person in his eyes. She knew many things that he did not know. Fairy Haoyue pondered for a while before replying slowly. In the saint's world, there are indeed a few people who will store a sliver of their power or the power of the soul in an item and bestow it to their juniors. It's a symbol of status, and it's also a method of protection. Once an important junior encounters danger, the power or the power of the soul left behind by the senior will appear and protect the junior. Thirdly, many experts will cast down layers of formations where they cultivate, making their dwellings impregnable. The defenses will be so great that even they will struggle to break through them. In order to make it easier for their juniors to enter and exit the formations, they will fuse a sliver of their presence or a sliver of the power of the soul into an item to make it easier for them to enter and exit the formations. Not only has the power of the soul completely fused with the jade in your hand, but it's also in a shattered state. If I've guessed correctly, this jade is probably the key to entering a certain formation, and the divine king who left behind this jade is probably dead as well. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to not take back the jade that contained the power of his soul. Jianchen and Xin Jian both beamed when they heard that. They asked, Fairy Haoyue, are you saying that this jade is the key to a divine king's dwelling? Chapter 1689. Jianchen was greatly disappointed when he heard Fairy Haoyue's explanation. Originally, he had thought that the treasure of the Liu family would be something extremely impressive. Even if it was useless to him, its value would be unfathomable. He could sell it for a large amount of divine crystals. These were all cultivation resources that could allow Xin Jian to break through quickly. However, he had never thought that the so-called treasure of the Liu family would only be a piece of broken jade. Even though it was extremely likely for the jade to be the key to the divine king's dwelling, it would be useless if he did not collect all the pieces. Moreover, even if he did collect all the pieces, he still needed to know the exact location of the divine king's dwelling. Otherwise, it would still be useless. As a result, the piece of jade was equivalent to a useless rock in Jianchen's eyes. Even if he auctioned it off, he probably would not be able to get a good price. Esteemed Senior Xin Jian, the patriarch and elder Shiyu have come to visit. At this moment, a guard's polite voice rang out from outside the hall. Xin Jian immediately removed the formations in the surroundings, while Jianchen dismissed his thoughts as well. He quickly placed the jade back into the box and stowed it away in his space ring. Only after doing that did Xin Jian and Jianchen make their way out. They personally invited the patriarch and elder Shiyu into the hall. They were extremely polite. After all, the two of them were in the patriarch's territory right now. The patriarch had already shown them enough respect by getting a guard to report his visit. May I ask if Brother Xin Jian is used to living here? If there's anything that displeases Brother Xin Jian, please don't hold back. Just tell me directly, and I'll get someone to correct it immediately. The patriarch clasped his hands at Xin Jian and Jianchen and smiled. He did not put on any airs of a patriarch at all. Thank you for your hospitality, Manor Head. We are very satisfied with this place, Xin Jian replied politely. After exchanging some pleasantries, a long, wooden box appeared in the patriarch's hand. The box was protected by layers of formations and pulsed with powerful energy from time to time. Even ignoring the fact that the item in the box was definitely extraordinary, just the box itself was made from an extremely precious type of wood. It was priceless. I've specially prepared this for Brother Jianchen. May I ask if you like it, Brother Jianchen? The patriarch passed the box to Jianchen and smiled. The Emo clan, this. Jianchen hesitated as he stared at the wooden box that was pushed to his chest. Although he was unable to see what was inside due to the protection of formations, he found it rather inappropriate to accept a gift from someone else after just a few days in the Mo clan. Although he knew that the patriarch was trying to rope in him and Xinjian, he did not plan on staying in the Mo clan for long. Seeing how Jianchen hesitated, the patriarch removed the formations on the box casually and directly pushed it into Jianchen's hands. He smiled. "Brother Jianchen, you better open it first." After a moment of hesitation, Jianchen made up his mind and opened the box decisively. Immediately, a hazy, white glow emerged from the box, and a 4-meter-long flying sword lay inside. "This is the flying snow sword of the Maple Leaf Pavilion." Jianchen's eyes narrowed. The patriarch chuckled aloud. "The Maple Leaf Pavilion is the property of the city lord of Maple Leaf City, and I'm good friends with the city lord. I learnt that Brother Jianchen had taken a fancy to the flying snow sword, so I bought it and gave it to Brother Jianchen as a gift. I hope Brother Jianchen likes it." Jianchen remained calm. He slowly closed the wooden box and pushed the flying snow sword back to the patriarch. He said, "Patriarch, this gift is far too valuable. Please forgive me for not accepting it." "Thank you for your gift, Patriarch. I'll accept it for Jianchen." However, as soon as Jianchen finished speaking, Xinjian snatched the wooden box away. Jianchen was surprised. He looked at Xinjian and seemed rather troubled. The patriarch was in a great mood after giving away the gift. He stayed behind to chat with Jianchen and Xinjian for a very long time before leaving with Shiyu. Although the patriarch had never mentioned anything about roping in Jianchen and Xinjian, they all understood many things. They just did not say it aloud. Jianchen and Xinjian learnt a lot more about the region from the patriarch. In particular, they gained a more detailed understanding of the strength of the 4 great clans in the region. They knew how many godhood elders there were in the 4 great clans, as well as some information about them. Jianchen and Xinjian even gained a rough understanding of the Dong'an province, but they did not know the details. "Jianchen, take the flying snow sword. Let's not worry about whether we owe them a favor for now. The matter at hand is to increase our strength as quickly as possible so that we can deal with the ancestor of the Liu family. As for the favor we owe the Mo clan, we can use the territory of the Liu family to pay it back," said Xinjian. Once the ancestor of the Liu family was killed, the Liu family would no longer be able to maintain their status as one of the 4 great clans without a god. With the assistance of Xinjian and Jianchen, it would be a piece of cake for the Mo clan to take over the territory of the Liu family perfectly. Jianchen hesitated for a while before accepting the flying snow sword in the end. He was unable to use the azulate swords, so his strength was greatly affected. Now that he had the flying snow sword, his battle prowess would return to his peak condition. The Liu clan is also in charge of a divine essence mine. Every year, the Liu clan can mine a lot of divine essences from this mine. Xinjian, you can cultivate with the hundreds of thousands of divine essences you have. I will go out and find some divine essences for you. Once you reach mid-deity, we'll immediately move against the Liu family," Jianchen said to Xinjian. His voice was filled with heavy killing intent. Xinjian stared at Jianchen strangely. He smiled gently. "Jianchen, are you planning on targeting the divine crystal mine of the Liu family?" The corner of Jianchen's lips curled slightly. He smiled mysteriously and said, "Once the ancestor of the Liu family dies anyway, the wealth of the Liu family will all belong to us. I'm just taking back a little earlier." "Then be careful. Don't forget that you still have some problems." "Don't worry. Unless a god personally comes, no one can force me to that point. The ancestor of the Liu family shouldn't be able to recover so quickly. Even if he recovers, he'll be heavily injured if I use my profound sword qi. He won't have the strength to chase after me." Jianchen sighed gently when he reached there. "It's a pity that I almost killed the ancestor of the Liu family last time. The Dark Cloud Mountains were located within the territory of the Lu family. The mountains were called this because they were enveloped by a layer of thick, dark clouds all year round. Although the Dark Cloud Mountains seemed extremely ordinary from the outside, where there was nothing special about it apart from the origin energy that was a little denser, the Lu family had sent a large number of people to guard this place. Basically, a quarter of the Lu family's forces had been gathered there. There would even be godhood elders who would patrol the place from time to time. Clearly, they placed great importance on this place. This was because there was a divine crystal mine deep beneath the Dark Cloud Mountains. Even though it was only a small, low-grade divine crystal mine, it was still an extremely great fortune to the Lu family. As a result, the security of the Dark Cloud Mountains was extremely tight. At the center of the Black Cloud Mountain range, there was a massive underground abyss. At the bottom of this abyss, there was a flat piece of land. On this land, there were large and small stone houses that were arranged in an orderly manner. Many bare-chested cultivators were shuttling back and forth, adding a touch of vitality to this abyss that was shrouded in darkness all year round.